We do Dojo. I use Dojo myself for the whole community. There's a monthly newsletter that I don't think I've done this month, but try just to get information out to families all the time. And then we have had some amazing collaboration with our Native American families, with our Native American communities. So not only do we have Ashley and Harmony that come in every week and present and work with every student in the school on Native American culture and language, the teachers have taken it. Ridge program is doing a ton of work right now around Native American cultures. And so we also have, of course, we have our 2 Native American interventionists. I have 2 people from the tribe that come, each come 2 or 3 times a week just to hang out on the playground with the kids and be a presence. And so that's been amazing. One is Jessica Egnan, who's the education director, and the other one is Jason. I'm sorry, I don't know Jason's last name. Yeah, so Jason comes and he just stands on the playground and he's the coach at the middle school. Yeah. And the other day I asked him, why are you playing basketball with the kids? And he's afraid of them. Not really, but he's shy, actually. And so the kids love it, though. They love to have their presence on the playground with them pretty frequently. We also, of course, work with Carmen. She's been working with us for Native American Day. She worked with us. One thing we're doing right now, she's coming in, I think I mentioned it already, but she is part of but I'm not sure if she built the project, but it's, and actually Stephanie's here, and Stephanie's class is benefiting from it. It's called Healing the Canoe, and it's a project based around kindness and empathy. And so we're starting with our 5th grade class, which is where we're seeing a lot of lack of empathy. And so they met today, and she talked about how you address adults and how the adults are here as your elders, really. And really kind of compared that with the kids, and I think it was really impactful. She talked a lot about just talking to people and how you would feel when you're talked to in a negative way. So that's a whole project that I don't know how long it will last, but I expect some time, and then we'll take it to other classes as we move on. And we are using their library time to do that, so we're trying not to take from any of their content or content. Oh, the other thing we are working on, which is like that. I'm so excited about this. We are trying to bring a therapist from the tribe on to Dry Creek full-time, or at least part-time. And we were this close, and then the person that I was working with left the employment of the tribe. So now they're all kind of scrounging themselves there to keep afloat, and so we're a little bit on hold, but it was the model that I had used in my previous school, which was a high Native American population. And it was very successful, and it's a win-win situation for everybody. It doesn't cost anybody anything. It really impacts our families directly, because a lot of our families, our Native American families, struggle with access with a car or with time, you know. And so this puts this amazing resource right at school. So that's what we're working on right now, and it's been phenomenal. All right, I'm ready for questions.
I have a question, just one. You mentioned the Ridge program. You have, I think, 400 and something students in Ridge. Is that correct?
No. In Ridge, 400, no.
We have 300 total.
We have 312 total.
Where did I get that?
16, 20,
303,
60, we have about 60 kids in Ridge.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the whole district. Excuse me.
Oh.
But you do have, how many? What percentage?
Well, there's about 60 kids.
60 of them out of 300?
Well, we're the whole Ridge program for the whole district.
Right,
So,
I know.
elementary.
Yeah, the elementary level. Yeah. So percentage-wise, I don't know, 20%.
20% of your student body's in the Ridge. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, my question is, now that I've got that straight,
I did quick math.
their scores are always going to be included in all scores.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, so that,
I thought Jennifer removed them last
They're-
year. Did you?
I was able to go and individually like track each one and then data crunch so that we could have a apples to apples sort of comparison. So yeah, there, if you
Because I
want
felt
to.
like last year, like we
When
looked
they
at
were-
the information without the ridges.
Yes,
Yeah.
so, you know,
Yeah.
being new to all this,
Yeah.
with that program, definitely, you can hand crunch those out, and I just did not, but I definitely will.
Sounds like a lot of work.
It, you know, Jennifer is the master at complicated data, so I'll have her help me.
It seems like it's kind of skewing the information.
It is skewing, right?
Oh, God, yes.
But we
By far.
know.
Like, just compared to what I saw last year at Dry Creek, it's like
Yeah.
super, like skewing.
Yeah, and I mean, the fifth grade's obvious.
Always will.
When you pull out, as Stephanie knows, when you pull out her fifth grade class and the other fifth grade class that are not Ridge, their numbers are similar to that second grade class that you saw.
But you
Yeah.
did say they're beginning to have inclusion. I've always worried about the Ridge when it was at Roosevelt. I thought of it as that little school down the hall and never saw that they were included. I mean, I talked about that forever. Everybody's sick of hearing me talk about it.
No, we,
But
yeah,
I just want to be sure that the Ridge children are with gen ed students as much as possible, because they're not special ed. They don't have IEPs. And like in any other school district, if they were in a truly gifted program, they have IEPs. So
Yeah.
this is weird to me.
no, I agree with you,
always-
that I didn't know they didn't have IEPs, I assumed they did, but you're right.
No, they don't have IEPs. No, they have a student plan like everybody else does.
Yeah.
But they don't have an IEP. So, you know, it's interesting. I think we all need to be reminded when we look at scores from Dry Creek that Ridge is included in their scores.
Yeah.
And that will skew the.
Yeah. And it is easy, I mean, I could just calculate my two fifth
Well,
grade classes.
you don't have to
Right.
do that. We just need to be aware of
Yes.
that.
And something I didn't mention, but as part of our work, and it's not in here because it was more, this was kind of before ESSER became more available to us, but we have put in for a 4-5 teacher because crazy, and I'm sure other schools are seeing this too, I don't know, but my fourth grade class, which was already pretty high, was at 25, I think at the beginning of the year, is now at 28. Was it 24 because we lost it, now it's at 28. Which is a lot of kids, and they're low. The kids that came back are not necessarily coming from Seaview, but they're coming from some virtual program or homeschool program. And the kids have pretty much not been in school or been academically challenged or engaged since March of 2020. And so as soon as we saw those numbers coming in, and I expect that we'll continue to see those numbers coming in, we decided to do a 4-5 split, and we're figuring out how that's going to work. I'm working with Danette and Morgan on what that's going to look like for ELA in particular. But we are going to pull about 9 kids from the fourth grade because it's a really pretty, especially those newer kids that came in, really social and emotional needy, really academically needy. And then our fifth grade teachers as well, because they have a lot of need, both academically and socially. And that really socially has been one of our focuses this year, this fifth grade. Stephanie, who is here, has been amazing and just really, she comes from a business background and has really incorporated a lot of leadership into her classroom, which has been amazing to see kids that are choosing to have conversations with her about leadership instead of play outside, you know, when she has these great meetings with them. But we're going to take kids from each one of those classes, the fifth grade classes, and then the fourth grade class. And we've got quite a few applicants too, so good timing with the student teachers finishing up. Yeah. And in the fifth grade class, we're seeing a lot of defiance and disrespect. And it's interesting. It's 2 different kinds of defiance and disrespect in each one of the classes. And Stephanie and Angela have done amazing work. They're both just caring, loving teachers that are working endlessly to help the kids so that they can succeed as they get older.
Yeah, we appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. I love it. I tell you, I mean, I love it. I love the school. I love those kids. The staff is really amazing. And I mean, I think I just did my first round of observations and I had a lot of comprehensives. And I knew we had good teachers, but Dry Creek has really good teachers, like phenomenal good teachers. And behaviors are getting in the way of that teaching. And so that's why we really have emphasized working on the behaviors. Because we know if we get on the other side of the behavior, teachers, it'll be phenomenal what we can do.
Good luck.
Yeah.
This is a hard time
It is,
for
it is.
everybody.
And I think for me, one of the most surprising things has been parent, to be honest.
Yeah.
Parent support, lack thereof, or just angry, and so we're working on that. I present positively all the time. I present calmly, coolly, and we just go forward that way.
Well, we thank you.
All right, no other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Anybody need a potty break? Or am I diving in? Got a potty break? Okay. Do a potty movement. Go. Sorry. Always, just take over.
Just running on schedule.
Oh, no worries.
Jan, before you start, take a storm on me, free and reduced.
Free and reduced,
I've never-
free and reduced meal assistance?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
another time to just.
Yeah, what's the
change
term? I
what's
never heard
called.
before. I
I
have to
know,
ask.
I kept looking at it,
Make us
I don't know what that means.
No, there's another one that I just,
What's the other one?
SSRE something.
SRSSIE
Yeah. what
is the, I'm just coming up. It is the behavior matrix that we can give to all of our teachers, and what it does is it identifies internalizing and externalizing behaviors that they're seeing in their students. So what we can do is we can do a creative post. So we do one where they put down all of their kids and then they identify on a scale of like 1 to 3. This kid, do they have lying behaviors? Do they have, stealing behaviors? Do they speak up in class? All these things. And so then at a certain threshold, you can identify, okay, this kid is really in need of some supports for their behaviors. I can't, right now, off the top of my head, the SRSS part, I can't remember. But
Well, that made me feel better
Yeah,
because I
yeah.
just tried to suss it out, just like, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, and then you try and
it's just,
figure what it is based on.
it's a tool that PBIS has kind of put out there that helps as far as,
SRSSIE.
yes, it's a screener. It's a screener that we can use, much like DIMMLS is a screener for literacy. SRSSIE can be the screener, the dipstick temp check. Which are the kids that we might not have right next.
Well, happy birthday, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
Hi, nice place to go on a birthday.
Yes, you are really, what's it gonna take?
Yeah, I'll have
Yes.
my
Just that time. It's
It's
gonna take. It's like some years, that 4 days.
I can't believe you went that far.
You don't want to see me.
Direct.
You don't want to see me.
That's a lot.
You want to see me. No, you.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that for 4 days either.
Right.
I'm barely
I'm
going
sure
to
we can say it's just 2 hours. I'm
That was fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
should have
that is
figured
true.
out.
There's a lot too much.
No, it's okay.
No,
You wouldn't have known.
Well, it looked like you had an amazing time.
it was
like,
just
you know,
enough
just
to just go and see something totally different and be amazed in the world. Yeah, and then do all things. And then you're 50. Like, okay. All right.
Yep, you'll be 50 either way.
Right, exactly.
This is my mom's like, oh God, you will do that. What? You're gonna be old either way.
Yeah,
You might as well do it.
just do live your life. Yeah, I mean, it was a combination of that and, and my baby's a senior.
Yeah,
So,
that's fine.
I know you know.
Yeah.
Hold on to it as long
I'm
as you
gonna
can.
tell you what, it will be,
I know.
how many children don't have it?
I know, and we're getting to that place with Ally. You're a sophomore mom, so you know, do you know the Tuckers?
Huh?
So Ally and Ian were friends when they were tiny, but then lost track totally. They were not in the same social circle at all. Both ended up at Western, not in the same social circle at all. Pandemic. love.
So if I don't
So they're gonna go home see it.
Ow.
I know. He's a nice kid.
Oh, yeah, I really sucked with my boys
Yeah.
forever. I just
Yeah.
can't take it. My boy's the only one still playing soccer now. I did talk a couple of groups.
Yeah, so the kids did.
And we get first
one
medal.
Thanksgiving at our
From the
house,
18
one
tournament.
Thanksgiving
It's just so weird. Well, that'd be hard to have to keep up your kid and,
Yeah.
just,
Oh, I know. At least our house was on Thursday and Kevin's was Friday, and Sylvia had to work on it. Yeah, I know. I'm just over here chatting away. Oh, people keep leaving.
well, you shouldn't have, you should.
I know, I should have let everybody
Never
know.
excuse
I'll make
the-
mine fast. I promise.
Your chair, I'm putting it on here. Jennifer.
I'm confident.
It doesn't slide. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we have three of us, you might as
Okay,
well just get
all right,
started.
it's quorum-ish. Ish.
If we wait too long, we'll take too much of your time up.
Okay, I mean. Bye, Julian.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Julie, thank you.
I have the same old song and dance, but that is true. I do have the same old song and dance, and that's because we have this super, yeah,
I need you to use a mic. It's for recording purposes.
recording.
For
purposes.
posterity.
Thank you.
I get in trouble when I use a mic because I can't vocally modulate very well. I've lost a few jobs for that. Like, it's too much. I know. So we are a super collaborative team. The five of us work together all the time. And so that's why, going third today, there's a lot that's totally the same because we are comparing and looking at what's working for you and how are you going to do that. And even in the process of putting these together, we wanted to have similar data points so that as you guys are looking at it and as we're able to analyze our data, we can go back and say, okay, something is different about what you're doing in your building than what I'm doing in my building because we've got the same data points, but your building is seeming to have a lot more success in this area. What are you doing? And so it's kind of like that PLC model, but for us as leaders of the elementary team. So it is going to be a little bit of repetitive conversation, so I won't bore you with all that. But I do want to go back to summertime because that's where our journey started this year. And I was so grateful that I had district support to run a really, really comprehensive summer school program. Because this journey, obviously started, it's always ongoing, but March 2020, we were in one place. Last year, we did a ton of different interventions to try to get to something that was at least similar to a grade level sort of type of work. And we were able to identify at the end of last school year which of our kids we knew really were going to need some deep dive to make sure that they were going to be A-okay. I am always so proud of the staff that I get to work with. I think that they are so incredible on so many different levels. And so one of the ways that they just, once again, knocked it out of the park for me was when I went to them and said, we have this opportunity to do summer school, who's willing to give up 2 weeks of their summer, well, really 3 weeks of their summer, because it was a week of prep and then 2 weeks with their kids in August. I had 17 teachers and 10 paraeducators that didn't even blink. It was almost everybody. And so we were able to offer the summer school opportunity to every student that we had identified as not being at grade level standard at the end of last year.
District-wide or just Roosevelt?
Just Roosevelt. So that was our Roosevelt summer school intervention. And so because I had so many staff that were willing to do it, and because I had so many students that really were in the need, we didn't do kindergarten. We did grades 1 through 6, but we were able to pair the students in need with who this year's teacher was going to be. So they had 2 weeks of preloaded relationship building. Teacher got to do some early assessment. So they were able to front load all of those needs early. And just now those kids that were maybe a little bit behind started the year being ahead because they were the leaders in their classroom. They knew where you get a new pencil or where you, what Mrs. Nickerson's expectation is for where you put your work when you're done and all those things. Every single one of them did some sort of book study or something like that. So reading novels. We were all in on the theme of space. So we did some really interesting collaborative things around projects that had to do with space. We got to have the Star Lab, and all of our kids got to go to the Star Lab 2 times over the course of the summer. They created all of these really neat projects that were showing our understanding of space through math and writing and reading. So that was the summer program that got our kids started successfully. And it also was really great for the culture and climate of my staff, because they were all there, you know, in August working together, and, oh, I'm gonna do this, oh, good, I'm gonna do that, because they weren't in any way restricted by, you know, any must-dos. It was all about what can we do for this kid that needs this thing. So that was a really awesome way to start. Then we came back and we got to Dibble, and, oh wait, but before I even talk about Dibble, I also want to talk about just enrollment, because Katie, you kind of talked about it, and Sandy, you did too, just in the number of students that were in the Ridge. So pre-pandemic, we knew that the Ridge was going to be moving. Like, that decision was made, you know, a couple of weeks or a month or 2 before pandemic hit. And so we had estimated our enrollment, because we were at 550 pre-pandemic. We estimated our enrollment was going to be 485. Obviously, last year it was like not that, significantly not that. But as of count, this week, last week, whenever, it's all blurring. But as of count, we're at 450. So we have just completely rebounded back to almost exactly where we thought we were going to be. I mean, we're like 93% of where we should be as far as where we thought we were going to be pre-pandemic. So that's really exciting, and we have so many kids that are enrolling, just like every day it seems like we're enrolling somebody else. And so that's why we just got to start that another section of 3rd grade, which is super exciting. And knowing that we're going to be the rollover, because Jeff's full at Franklin and Rhonda's full at Jefferson. So as 3rd graders are coming back into brick and mortar, they're all going to be coming into this new section of 3rd grade that we just started. Our new teacher, he's in the building setting up his classroom this week. So we're doing a slow start for the kids that are transitioning out of, as we're balancing those. And so officially our new 3rd graders will be there full days with their new teacher after the break. So, transitioning out of that, back to my ELA data. Not exactly where we want it to be at the beginning of the year, and just like what everybody else has said and is noticing, 2nd grade. 2nd grade is our hard-hit group, and that's because these are the kids that left 2/3 the way into kindergarten, and then had that inconsistency, whether they were with us or not. We did phenomenal things with them as 1st graders, with some one-on-one coaching and all the stuff, but it just doesn't compare to being with your teacher for 6 hours a day, talking about reading and words and letters and how exciting that is, and writing. And so our 2nd graders are still that area that we're really working hard, and obviously closely they're followed by our 1st graders and our 3rd graders. So we did not dibble with our kindergarten students, because we thought that they just didn't have the skills that was going to give us any sort of realistic data to start the school year, but we are going to dibble with them in January. So we will have those dibble scores there. So given the fact that our literacy rates were still at according to our dibbles data, we're at 61% of our students that need intensive or strategic support. That's significant. So based on that tiered model, you would expect that approximately 20% of your students would need intensive and strategic support. And we're at 61%. So our model is flipped pretty much. So we've got to do some things, and we've got to do them right now. So there's things that we're doing. Everyone has kind of different setups for their RTI model. Ours, I love so much. We are doing 40-minute groups for grades 1, 2, 3, and 4. And when that 40-minute time comes, we have identified a certain number of students across the grade band that are in need of small group support. And those students go to our library and then work in small groups. I've structured the way that I have our para time categorically funded, so that I can pull from some of our sped paras, I can pull from all kinds of things. So for example, my 1st and my 2nd grade both have 7 paraeducators and the title teacher working with their small groups during their 45-minute intervention or 40-minute intervention. While those students are at intervention, that leaves students that are at or above grade level back in their classrooms with their teacher. And then teachers are running like small book groups or whatever is the most appropriate thing for the students that are at or above level. So the students that are getting the additional support are not missing core instruction, they're missing the extension piece that's appropriate for kids that are at or above. So the other thing that we're doing is we're doing the triple dip. So because we've identified exactly what each one of our students' needs are, and we're using a program called M-Class, M-Class can bring it all the way down to the strand data. And so we know exactly which strands each one of our students that are in need work on. Then Jennifer Reynolds, my title teacher, in addition to running all of these LLI groups, she's also designing lessons that the paraeducators are then pushing in the afternoons into 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade to work in small groups within the classrooms with those specific lessons designed specifically for what the students need in order to be able to move forward. And Jacob, I heard you talking earlier about how nice it is that the math was like flexy, and it wasn't just all the time the same. And the same is true for our literacy groups. So those LLI groups, we readjust them every 6 weeks for who's going in the big group LLI. And then as well as we adjust every 2 weeks within the kids that are there, so that if they're sitting at a table group with these 3 kids, so like if the 3 of you are working with me this week, and maybe Sarah's gonna need a little bit more work so that she has to then bump down and work with Jenny and Marty the next week, then we can flex that out so that then Sarah's getting exactly what she needs. And then maybe we put you guys into the group of 4. And so it's constantly flexing, and it's totally data-driven based on exactly what kids need. That being said, one of the things that we're noticing that they need more of that small group time in the afternoon. So that's one of the places that we're utilizing some of those ESSER funds. So we grabbed the ability to get 3 more paraeducators, and basically what I'm doing is kind of bumping everybody up the chain. So these 3 paraeducators that I'm hiring, I hired 2 today, and I'm gonna do the last one on Monday. Those 3 people are going to split their time entirely between K and 1. And as well as supervising the Ks and the 1s on the playground, because we need a little bit more help on our playground, just like everybody else has said. So the 3 new people will be all in K and 1, and then the support that I've been putting into K and 1, those people then can beef up the support that we put into 2, because we know 2 is one of my spots that I really need to work on, as well as a little bit more support in 3. And so those 2 and 3 then are all set. Then on the flip side, at the other end of the spectrum, another thing that we've done with the ESSER funds is I'm just, this week I'm going to be hiring, tomorrow I'm going to be hiring a 4th through 6th grade certificated interventionist. And that person will provide 2 hours of support to 4th grade, 2 hours of support to 5th grade, and an hour and a half support to 6th grade, and be able to work with those teams to meet exactly what they need in order to then provide those additional supports at that 4th, 5th, and 6th grade level. In addition to that, I also have a math support person, since my math slide's up here. In the morning, he's part of that LLI team because I want all hands on deck for that literacy. But in the afternoon, he's going and doing the exit tickets just like everybody else has been doing. And so we're going to keep doing that for him, as well as all of these other additional supports. So I'm refining the schedule right now quite a bit to make sure that we're getting all the people at all the places just student contact time as much as possible, doing these proven strategies that we know that work. Because obviously our math is not where we want it to be yet either. Math, one of the places that we know is a little bit challenging are students that qualify for free and reduced. Those students, when we analyzed the data in June last year, they were the ones that were disproportionately not meeting standard, and so we need to make sure that we are looking at our practices of what we're doing. And one of those practices that I think is really important that we're talking a lot about within our team is the value and quality of homework. And so for students that may not have that home support, we want to make sure that we have opportunities that they can complete the homework when they're at school, and or if we have other ways that we can support them in that way. So that's what we're kind of going on with the math. And then, let's see, what else do we got going on? The next one we're going to talk about here was just the behaviors. Same story, different school. It's fun to talk about last year. I had one behavior referral last year. It was so great. But, because they can kind of hold it together for the 2 hours that they were there, even when they were there for half days. So we're back to kids that are having some challenges being in large groups and holding it together for full days and understanding the expectations. Our kindergartners are coming in. It's very interesting. A lot of our kindergarten students have never had exposure to any sort of small group or large group. I mean, they didn't have swim lessons. They didn't have soccer. They didn't have t-ball. They didn't have preschool. One of the stories that my kindergarten team was telling me was so many of the kids wouldn't respond to their name because they weren't in a situation where they were called by name frequently. I mean, it was just like, oh, honey, or whatever. And so we spent a lot of time that first 6 weeks, just kids understanding that when I say your name, then you look at me, and then we follow up. So, typically you're gonna have maybe 25% of your students that are kind of experiencing that because they didn't have exposure to those things, not 94% of your students or whatever it is. So kindergarten has been a place that we're really working on keeping hands to self and how do we do lines and all the things. So we're working on that a lot. And same as what was said by my colleagues is 5th and 6th grade. 5th and 6th grade seem to be doing education through TikTok and YouTube for the last year and a half. And so the level of kindness and empathy, that's not really the bar that TikTok and YouTube are looking for. More like just humiliation and those kind of things are real cool on those platforms. So we are working on teaching kindness and teaching empathy. And so that is why we restructured the way that the counselor is doing her job. So the mornings, the counselor's still doing one-on-one interventions for any student that needs that kind of support. The afternoons, I have the counselor teaching every single class once a week. They go into a classroom, so she has her own classroom. They come there and they are working with Kelso's Choices and Second Step and any other additional curriculum. Character Strong is another thing that we're using. That's being taught as core within the classrooms. So every classroom does Character Strong lessons that go along with our Character Trait of the Month. So we're also doing empathy this month. And so our classroom teachers are really incorporating that. And so that's our tier 1. The counselor corner is our tier 1, a little bit of our tier 2. And then I'm so grateful that I get to have Wendy Anderson doing her administrative internship with me this year. And we were also able to have her work in the role of a behavior interventionist and instructional leader. And so she is helping our students that need a little bit more support, tier 2 and tier 3 support with their behaviors. And then also with the ESSER funds, we've decided that we want to get a little bit more proactive around those pieces. And so we're going to hire a certificated teacher that's just going to be teaching wellness. And so being proactive about how do you self-regulate, how do you identify feelings, how do you interact in groups. So those students that need that additional proactive teaching in tier 2 and tier 3 will get wellness support through that certificated teacher. So we're really getting after behavior in a lot of different ways and making sure that those numbers that are all not what we want them to be can be in a much better place. And Sarah was asking about the SRSSIE. That's just a screener that we can use as kind of a pre and a post, where at the beginning here, we're having all of our teachers identify which students seem to have externalizing behaviors, which students have internalizing behaviors, because sometimes those internalizing behaviors can be ones that people don't notice, but are really, really getting in the way and a barrier to learning. So we're going to make sure that we're looking at both of those things, and then we're going to reevaluate again in the spring and analyze where things worked and where we might need to improve for next year. So that's student well-being. And then the last area was just around family and community. And so that's the big one for me on where we're just communicating like crazy. We use Dojo. Last year we kind of went away from Dojo because we were using Seesaw as a platform for the educational pieces for our K-3s. We found out that both our families and our teachers prefer Dojo, and it's pretty easy. So every week I get a report from Dojo, and it lets me know, man, we are sending home anywhere between 300 and 400 messages a week from our staff out to families. So there's lots and lots of communication. I am connected to everyone's dojo, so I get dojos from families all the time. Every Friday, I send home an email, a robocall, and a dojo message. The dojo's always in a video so that they could get it, they could listen to it, they could read it, or they could hear it, or they could see it. So it's kind of the same, like what's coming up next week, what are the things that we're celebrating. We're also working on virtual assemblies, so my music teacher is putting together like celebrations of different students and things that they're doing so that I can send those home to families through Dojo and have celebrations in that regard. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing at Roosevelt. Questions?
That was fast.
I don't believe or anything, I'm just like, let's do this.
So we don't do assemblies right now.
No in-person assemblies.
I think that makes a huge difference to that culture of the school.
I know.
It's sad.
So, but there's other things that we're doing that are celebrations. So like, for example, it happened very, very organically, but it was so fun. There was one teacher that found out about how to make like a mock Macy's Day balloon. So there was a lesson that she came across that was turn your favorite storybook character into a Macy's Day balloon. And so she shared it with a couple of teammates around, and so what ended up happening is 5 of our classes wanted to have a Roosevelt Day balloon parade. And so it was so easy though. They came to me in the morning, they said, we've been making these balloons. At 1:30, do you think it'd be okay if you let people know that they could go and stand in the hall and we can parade our balloons around? I was like, oh, sure. I mean, and then it's not the 15 minutes and not anything like that. Like at 1:30, I gave everybody a heads up and I was like, okay, it's 1:30, everybody step out of the hall and see our Roosevelt Day balloon parade. And these kids were so proud of these balloons that they made, and they marched through the halls, and it was 7 minutes long, and they all went back to class, and it was great. So things like that are low key but still so fun are happening for sure. Other questions?
No, I could listen to you for hours. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you get to have me back. I think. Am I next month? I thought so.
Sure.
So I get to do something very similar in a month. And hopefully I won't regurgitate any of the same stuff. I'll have more of my friends come with me and they can share some of the successes too, because like I said, just such an honor to work with these people. Like every single one of my staff members from, my custodial team, oh my word, if you have a chance to come by Roosevelt in the next week, come by. It is decorated. Dina and Joel and Dan went nuts at Walmart with all the lights. And so it is like lit up.
And the holiday shop is next week.
And we're doing holiday shop. Holiday shop's
I
back.
might volunteer for that.
Yes.
I just
Yes.
used to do that, I don't know.
Yes. Yes. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're gonna do holiday shop. We did book fair. We're doing 12 days of giving right now. So every day is a different food item. We have so much food. Like we anticipated that we were gonna be able to feed 50 of our own families. That was kind of what we've done in the past. We have way more than we're gonna need for 50 of our families. So in addition to feeding 50 of our families, we're gonna send each one of those families home with a box of food next Thursday, but I'm gonna go through it tomorrow and make sure that we have enough for the 50. And then tomorrow night, just so happens that District 2 is gonna be collecting food in the Roosevelt parking lot. So I'm gonna take all of the additional food and donate it so that it goes out into the community at large too, and make sure that all of our students know that they gave not only to our families, but the entire community. So we're doing just stuff that builds community. They understand empathy. They're, yeah, it's just a great place to be, all the way from, and we've got our little TK, sorry, am I going over?
No, I'm just letting you know that you guys have brought in 4,450 items of food.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Jamie just sent me that, so I couldn't believe that. That's
Yeah.
incredible.
It's so amazing. And seriously, I mean, we have a teeny tiny little competition thing going, but not really. I mean, it's not really. I mean, not for the amount of food that we brought in. Teeny tiny. Like, so the kids, for every 5 things that they bring in, they get a raffle ticket, and if their name gets called, and so not everybody even gets raffled, but and so if their name gets called, like 10 kids get called 3 times a week, and they get a candy cane. And then the 3 classes that are the highest total number are gonna get, we're gonna give their teacher cocoa packets so that they can do a cocoa party with a movie, like during the last couple of days before school gets out. Yeah, so easy. We're keeping it easy, but it's so fun. And the bigger picture is better. Like, so they just love that they're like helping and sharing, and the 6th graders are helping with all that, and they're counting the food, and they're doing all these things, and so that's really exciting. Okay, sorry, now I told you I was done.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, look, exactly 6:30, even with a potty break.
Nice.
And thank you for that.
No pressure, Cindy.
Right?
You have 2 schools.
2 schools.
2 schools. And I hope not to take more than 20 minutes, so we have time for questions. So thank you for having me back. I haven't done a CSIP for a couple of years, so.
Cindy, for the mic, we need you.
You have to
You
use
need
the
my
mic, I know.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a lot for you and I get it.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for having me tonight. I'm going to start with Lincoln. So we started, I hadn't been in Lincoln for the last 2 years, so I'm not going to lie. It was an adjustment more than I thought. The students were different. The schedule was different. We had gone through the pandemic. They had spent most of the last year remote. They came back. Second semester like the high school did, but part-time, and we were full-time, and we were also starting a trimester schedule instead of semesters, and we went to 5 periods a day longer, and the philosophy or the thought behind it was that students would be able to earn more credits and focus on less classes at a time. We also started the year without a secretary, and I'm not going to lie, it's been a challenge, and I am excited to announce that I think we found someone for the registrar piece of it. See, our secretary took a leave of absence, and that was temporary, so we got a temporary secretary that got a job, and then we got another one, and it's just too overwhelming. So Cindy Rogers has been in that position as a temp and has done a fantastic job. What we realized with Lincoln and CU combined is that it's a lot more than we thought. Probably more than I can even sit and talk to you about tonight. I'll know more at the next board report, because you don't know what you don't know. I just know that the staff, like Jennifer said, is amazing, and I just feel so blessed to be back at Lincoln to work with everyone from the custodial staff to the teachers and the students. So I want to start with Lincoln. It's been 9-12, but we have gone to 10-12, knowing that with the reduced staff and the Core 24, it's harder to bring a student from 9th grade through 12th and get all those 24 credits. I'm not surprised that we're starting to feel the effects of not having the Skills Center here, where kids could take their CTE and their electives, and we're starting to see that is, it's harder to, and so online classes are more important for those kids to get those classes. And so I'll get to that next slide. We're at the, so ELA. We used benchmark data because at the time when we were looking at this, we knew that we weren't going to have real data for the students that we had, so we gave a benchmark. And Tyler, along with Janice Ryan, and we grouped Seaview and Lincoln together and put the, some teachers together because it's hard to work in isolation, and at the other schools there's departments. We don't have that at Lincoln. We're one department. And it's got its benefits, but it's got its drawbacks. And it really was it was a really strong meeting. And what they came up with was, because we lack data and the population is small, the goal is to use evidence text-based and get kids to read, be able to read grade level text, and then be able to answer those text evidence questions using that in a way that makes sense and that they can make standard on the SBA. Because it then involves reading and writing, and our kids struggle with the writing piece more than they do the reading piece. And this fall they didn't have a performance exam, so there was no writing test. And so that data won't be available. We hope to get the interims from the state and then use benchmark assessments, classroom assessments throughout this next 6 months, 5 months, to get kids ready for that and reduce the level ones from 40 to, from 40% on the fall benchmark to 90 in the spring benchmark, and then to the spring, excuse me, and then monitor that by using the practice assessment and the interim assessments. And attendance is the thread because we have to get these kids engaged. And we know that they can do it, but because of this inability to have regular attendance and engagement, that's the thread that we've woven throughout all of our goals. We also want to use some MAP assessment for identified students. We've already done that for a few new students that came in, and after student parent conferences decided that that information could help us with where to place them. And it was all, I can't wait for the instructional team to get together again, because the two parents is a husband and wife that came to us from Canada. They're part of the Lower Elwha tribe, and they've sent their son Julian there, who'd been homeschooled most of his life. So they were very interested in getting that data, and so that prompted us to think that we can do that by having Coco on staff, so it makes it a lot easier. Our SBA data this fall was I've got that in the, you can read that in the data piece, but it was positive. We were happy. The math, not so much. And that again has always been Lincoln's. We only have 3 periods of math. It's been a struggle with Chris at the high school, 2 periods a day. He teaches 1 period of Bridge to College, 1 period of geometry, and 1 of algebra, but you can't have a geometry class A because you might only have 3 students in it when some need B and some need A. And so we have some kids on Edgenuity in there. We have kids in geometry and algebra on Edgenuity, and then we have some that are doing the curriculum that he's done in the past. We use the same curriculum as the high school, but he does it in a more individualized way. It's more of a contract way. I don't know that it's the best way for kids who need strong math instruction, best learn math. We have a para in there 2 hours a day, and we have after school twice a week. And so kids are, I have to admit, at Lincoln at least, they've come back with a desire to do better. So I think they recognize the older they got that they weren't doing very well at home, and they didn't learn well, math especially, online or remotely. So they truly have, I believe, a desire, at least the environment and the atmosphere at this point has been, we want to learn. And we want to take the steps that are necessary to learn this. So we'll stay after school, and we will will work hard. The Bridge to College classes is just doing amazing. And I'm really proud of Chris and his ability to go back and forth and do it in such a positive way. So he's also doing tutoring in high school 2 days a week, and our kids are welcome to take, if they take the bus, they live by the high school, they can attend tutoring there as well. So it was hard to have a specific goal in math. The data, we had one student score level 3, and I can't report the junior data because it's less than 10, and that wouldn't be fair. So we believe that if we can get kids through algebra and geometry and do it with consistent attendance and consistent effort and motivation and get them ready, we've learned that those interim are more important in math than any other subject because it gets them ready. And part of taking the SBAC is just being able to withstand the test, getting through it. Teaching kids that follow through on hard work pays off. And so in math, we're trying to reduce our level, the kids who scored at level 1 are 11th graders. We had 50% of our kids, and we want to lower that to 25%. Those 11th graders will test again in the spring, and because that will be available to them. I don't believe the state is going to let them test this fall and not test again, but we'll see. We want to reduce 12th graders 42% level 1 to 25 again, and then level 2 from 50% to 25 is evidenced by the spring. And in doing that, our plan is to get them through the curriculum, because we don't have enough of a subgroup to know which strand. We don't have strand data from last year, so it just is getting them through in a way that feels like they learned something. And that's by frequent assessments. That's having Chris be able to conference with those kids, those parents, because if we know, like, getting kids to stay after, because at Lincoln they're not going to do homework. They're not going to go home for the most part and do homework. And so it's important to offer as many after-school opportunities for them. We've already had one lock-in, and they stayed from 3 to 6, and we feed them, and they either choose math or ELA or science, and then I use school improvement money to pay the teachers, and we had about 10 kids stay, and they give them bus passes. Parents are happy to come and get them. So we will have one of those a month, and they're invited. All kids are invited, but then we specifically talk to individual kids. Student well-being, I have to, student well-being, is that where we're at now? Yeah. So we don't have a lot of data on, we did the Healthy Youth Survey in the fall, in October. Haven't gotten those results back, I'm not sure when. We took the CEE survey. We have participated in the Department of Health, it was a virtual assembly. This week, your board rep will explain what she learned yesterday and how we're gonna pass that on. We know that Lincoln students are a subgroup in and of itself. And I had a teacher say, as we were looking at the tiers of support, that at Lincoln, our kids are level 1s, but are our tier 1 kids, but they're really tier 2s. But Lincoln allows them to be tier 1s. And so some of our supports are not going to look the same as another school. And so one of the things I want to bring out, because I know I have to hurry, is we have advisory once a week, and we're really focusing on SEL and Character Strong. And I had a kid say something about advisory. I don't like advisory. And I had a couple of kids go, we love advisory. And I said, why? And they said, because we don't often want to do Character Strong, but when you bring in the lessons and we're doing it, it makes us think of things that we wouldn't talk about otherwise. And so they gave me some explanations, and I had one girl saying, after it's over, all I ever want to do is go talk to some, and so, and this is a girl that I didn't think even liked people 6 weeks ago. So I'm not sure I mean, I'd love to I want to survey them all and see how they feel, but at least it's giving us a vehicle in which to talk about feelings, because with high school kids, just to throw them out there, it's just not going to work. And there's a lot of new kids, they didn't know each other. And so it's planning activities, it's meeting monthly with parents about attendance, it's involving the navigators, it's just looking at communicating with parents as much as possible, and then letting kids know that we're available. We've got the mobile clinic Tuesdays and Thursdays, and kids are taking advantage of it. So they're taking advantage of it for health and to get hooked up for insurance, and then mental health. I think mental health is probably the most used service there. I had a girl come today and ask for drug and alcohol counseling. So I called AJ, and he talked to her, and he was able to put her in touch with a counselor who she's going to go see on Monday. So it's just what it is. But kids are, I believe, resilient. They want to be with us, adults. I had a parent tell me last year, my kid just doesn't miss his friends, he misses his teachers. That was half the reason he went to school. So being around adults and modeling and providing that positive feedback and helping them understand that it's a journey, it's not just trying to get there and click off the boxes on that checks. Because when high school comes and they see their credits, often it's like, I just want to get through it. And it's getting them to see that coming every day is important. And reaching out to family and community, it's continuing to hold activities monthly that can bring parents in a way that's safe. And whether it be individual or small groups, I can't wait to get back to having our Christmas meal and our Halloween. You know, that's what made us special. And without that, kids have noticed. So, questions? Because I know I'm running out of time. And I have CV.
Cindy, I thought it was really impressive that you had so many families attend, and you're saying, you know, that your families were really responding.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't seem like that's necessarily been the norm.
No.
So what has been the difference? Is it that they just didn't have, they knew how much they missed having school?
I think so. And I think parents realized that long they needed school and they needed our help. And parents are finally at a point where they're like, I can't do this. And kids are at a point where they need, the ones that want to go back are ready. And so I thought we did fairly well. I think we can do better, absolutely. I think giving teachers time to call parents and set those up, and not just having parents sign up at open house, but there was a conversation. It's harder to say no. We offer virtual meetings as well, but they all came in, and we're small enough they could visit every single teacher, and it was really nice.
I'm really encouraged by that. I think that's a real win for these kids. I was very concerned about them saying that their wellness had gotten worse. But how is their behavior? You know, we've heard a lot tonight about kids' behaviors being aggressive.
No.
So yours it's
No.
more.
I am absolutely blessed with the most kind, I mean it, the worst is their phones. They are addicted to the platforms on their phones, but they have not been aggressive. I've had a couple, and the other kids help bring them down. Kids will bring kids in and say, I'm worried about them, or we had an issue at school, and he lives with some other kids in the school, and they were up, you know, this boy reported he was coming back from the store, and these kids came up to him and asked how he was, because they were worried about him. And so I haven't seen that, knock on wood, watch. But they're gentle, they're kind, you don't, they're not, I'm not saying that we don't have issues with motivation. information and still completing work, regular attendance, but their behavior has been nothing but kind. And I don't have issues with masks. I don't. Like, put your mask on. Sorry. I mean, no, we might go through a box a day though. Because they do not bring their own, and they get a new one every day. So Steve, any other questions?
No, I was just, I've been thinking about this a while. When I taught back many a year ago in North Thurston School District, we had a school that was basically a night school. And did Lincoln, did we ever talk about maybe shifting? Because I think for some of these kids, shifting it to a later, I mean, I think there was 5 to 10 maybe. I mean, I wouldn't suggest that, but. shifting
Well,
to a
we had
later-
a 3 to 5, and then we had a 5 to 7, and the 5 to 7 would end up with 3 or 4 kids.
Okay.
But the 3 to 5 was, we couldn't, what happened though was a lot of high school kids would come down and take a class, which we couldn't claim them for,
Yeah.
but it helped them graduate. So, yeah, I don't know, that would be something that we should look into though. It's just the buses, and so many of our
Right.
kids don't live, I mean, yeah, the transit will drop them off on Deer Park, but they've still got to get 3 miles up.
Yeah.
So that's the issue. And the present schedule doesn't lend itself well to, we have to coincide with Stevens, and so, yeah, so we have to let the kids out at 2:55 so they can catch the bus. And we have a fair amount of kids who ride the bus. So we have a fair amount of kids who live west, and so,
Okay.
but that's that's something to think about. That was a really fun time, and we actually had 2 other teachers that were hired for that. We taught math and science, and just before I leave, we are offering an AP environmental science class, and it is a hit. I've got kids who never thought they could be in an AP class. They might not take the test at the end of the year, but they're loving, and Alex is just doing such a great job. So come anytime and pop in. It's CTE credit, but it can be science and elective.
That's really motivating.
Oh, it's so motivating. So true that when you give kids interesting content, they will rise to the level that you let, because it's interesting, it's hands-on, and they're doing really well. We have 2 kids signed up to take the test. So I'm excited. And thank you, CTE, for allowing us to be able to offer it, because that's been really, really fun. So Seaview, we started the year, and we're holding pretty strong at about 420 students. We've lost some back to the brick and mortar, which we knew we would with the vaccine, and kids are going back. We also have kids from out of district, and we have using, well, I don't know if I didn't include that data because it wasn't part of the tabs, but if you'd like to see it, I can send it to Jenny. But it shows the number of kids from out of district and which districts we are pulling from. So for instance, Seattle, Cle Elum, Walla Walla, Bremerton, Crescent, Swim, Puyallup. We just hired a second special education teacher. She works remotely, and that's been a godsend because we had 1 and we had more than about 65, 75 kids with an IEP. It's hard to in your second year when you went from 1,000 kids to 400 and to know which data and how to collect ELA data. So we're still in the goal setting where we want to raise our completion data, because that's where the area that we see that is holding kids back is not making the progress that they need to be on target, and then either not being able to finish the class, or we have to go in and do so much modification and the intervention plans that go with that, that that's a goal that we really need to get on teachers and on families about. And so our goal is to, in ELA, is to increase the number of kids who are on target, and they're from 80 up to 80%, as evidenced by we're lucky because we have to do monthly progress reports. And so we'll know every month if they're on target. And we have a lot of technology that helps us because the program is really good about letting kids know, are you on target, how much you're not on target, are you ahead of target? And so that can be really anxiety prone for some kids though. So it's just knowing how to balance that. And teachers can play around with due dates so that when you know a family's been sick or if a kid's really, really working on something but needs extra time, so we can give it that so that they don't give up. Because imagine being in 5 or 6 online classes and then when you log in, you're seeing this glaring red every time you might not have done what, because they have you so programmed. So that's what I love about Edgenuity and the staff, is that there's the level of interest that they have in their students and the knowledge that they have about what they're doing is important to get them and keep them engaged and keep them on target so that they can finish their class, because we want them to learn something. They're either going to go back to brick and mortar someday or they're going to go into the real world, and I don't want that education to not. So to be of the caliber, I don't want them to not be able to function if they leave Seaview and go somewhere else, especially because we're new and we're still testing out so many different strategies. So we have ELA courses, and we can meet with kids weekly, we can meet in person, we have tutoring, and we can also do Google tutoring. We do 4 days a week of tutoring, 1 day specifically for ELA, math, social studies, and science. And then we have content area teachers who grade that work, give feedback, and then still manage their own caseloads. So we have Paula Elam, for instance, giving feedback in math. She does all the grading. We have Cheryl Girardi doing the science, and we have Janice doing the history and the English, and then Mr. Young is helping. So in that, it's helping kids realize that it is important that you do that, and you're able to stay on target so that you can finish the class. And the same with math. It's harder to keep kids on target in math because certain skills take longer to learn. We're using character strong activities in our Google Meets. We're embedding those into our weekly conferences with kids. And I think we've done a really good job of family and community outreach. I know that my teachers have said they have gotten to know their students and their families much better and have a stronger relationship than they did when they were in the classroom. And because you're meeting with them directly every single week. And we have elementary kids coming in for art and for science and for math, and we're using the Composites building. Feel free to stop in. We have a paraeducator, and our elementary teachers are based over in the Composites. So it's questions?
Oh, Cindy. Thank you. Marcy.
So
You have
yeah,
a
it's
very
fun.
extraordinarily unique job.
I really only have a couple minutes. But I also have Sunny here tonight to tell you more about Lincoln, so that's good.
Yeah.
Good.
And we'll hunt you down for a report just about seeing you here.
Okay.
Thank you, Cindy.
You know. Okay.
Thank you.
So, are we going on that clock or on the? Okay, so we're going on Apple Pen. Apple Pen. All right. You got it? All right. Oh, my finger is over here. Finger. All right. Do that. Do this Well, that's 7 o'clock. All right. So we've just finished hearing the continuous school improvement plans for 5 of our schools in a work session. So I am going to turn this over, welcome everyone. I'm going to turn this over to Mrs. Geyer there to give us an introduction to our remote board meeting.
Thank you, President Methner. Hello and good evening. My name is Carmen Geyer, and I would like to welcome you to the December 9th, 2021 Board of Directors Board Meeting. This meeting is being presented in person and live streamed via YouTube. Please note that this meeting is open to the public and is recorded. You can listen to all past board meetings by visiting Board Docs through our district website. There will also be a portion of the meeting reserved for community comments. Agenda items will be addressed as listed in the agenda. For in-person community comments, please use the sign-up sheet located in the hallway to share your comments. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called. Before making your comments, please state your name and address. You will have 3 minutes to speak. If you are viewing the meeting via YouTube and have submitted comments before the meeting, they will be read during the community comments time. In the future, if you have comments that you would like to share with the Board of Directors, please email Jenny Wilson, the Executive Assistant to the Superintendent, at jwilson@fortangeloschools.org by 5 p.m. the night of the board meeting. If you have any concerns about individual district employees or specific complaints that require an administrative response, please contact the Office of the Superintendent directly. According to Washington Department of Health Order 20-03, face masks are required for everyone over 5 years of age while indoors. Thank you, and back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. So that takes us to roll call. All members are present, and we have the flag salute. Please join us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Terrific. I'm going to ask Director Wright to lead us in the acknowledgement of tribal land.
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous lands of Coast Salish peoples, who have reserved territory rights to this land, specifically the Clallam tribes. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial.
Thank you. And that takes us to another recognition. We have the sad job tonight of saying goodbye to Director Kelly, who's been with us for 20 years.
Yeah.
Superintendent Brewer?
So I want to take this opportunity to go on public record to thank Cindy Kelly, Director Kelly, for 20 years of service to this school, this community, and the students and staff of the school. When you look up the definition of a school board member, it reads, school board members are local citizens elected to represent and respond to interests of the community. The role of a school board member is to provide visionary leadership and governance, which requires a great deal of time and energy. Cindy Kelly has done this for 20 years as a public official. Some of the things that you would see as accomplishments for Cindy Kelly or Director Kelly was her work in the government-to-government relationship work, both within our local organization and the state organization of WASDA. She has worked with tribal leaders throughout the state of Washington. She works tirelessly with our legislators. She's worked on the budget. She serves on the policy committee. She attends hundreds of conferences. She helped pass bonds and levies, and she has, with her heart, supported both staff and students of Port Angeles School District for the previous 20 years. So with that being stated, I would like to go on public record on behalf of this community, on behalf of this board and staff, thanking Director Kelly for her commitment to this team.
And I know she's not here, but maybe she's watching. And I echo our great thanks to Cindy. Okay, so this takes us to 4.02, which is oath of office for director positions 1 and 2. And I believe that is Mayor Hebert and myself. So Judge Baisden is going to come up. Do we want to do it
Yep,
at
please
the...
go out front.
Out front. Oh, goodness. Very efficient.
Yes.
Well, while you come up here, maybe I'll just make a quick comment. I my honor to do this. I appreciate the invitation to do so. And I was thinking about this today. I was in court most of the day. And my courtroom sits where Roosevelt Junior High School used to sit. And I think my courtroom sits where I took 7th grade from J.C. Kilmer.
Yeah, oh, yes.
And so appreciate the Port Angeles School District and how it helps us to prepare for our futures and your hard work. And so my pleasure to be here to do this. So without a lot of further ado, why don't we do this? I always hate trying to remember the 7 words that when somebody's giving me an oath to try and not steal them. So we have a couple copies.
Oh, great.
So actually I gave you the wrong ones, but I'll switch those.
No, it needs to be legal. We
We do.
Oh, my goodness, okay.
So why don't we do this? In a minute, I'm going to have you both raise your right hand, and I'll administer this oath by, I think, having you both read it. But when we get to your names, we'll stop and let you do it individually. And when we get to the position, we'll stop and alternate and let you both do it. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay, so if you'll both raise your right hand, and Ms. Methner, will begin with you. So I, Sarah Methner.
I, Sarah Methner.
I, Mary Hebert.
Okay. Go ahead and read until we get to the.
Okay.
You're gonna read that harmoniously together.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I am a citizen of the United States and state of Washington,
That I am legally qualified to assume the office of Port Angeles School District 121. Director position 2.
and director position number 1,
That I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States and the state of Washington.
and
And I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of this office to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
All right. Oh, we have to sign.
Yeah, you have to. So let me sign here.
It's all official. Sarah, there's 2 copies. You get extra credit.
Yes. Okay. So you know what? I messed this up.
Is that what
See, even grown-ups sometimes
Well,
don't read all their directions.
I wasn't paying enough attention in J.C. Kilmer's class, obviously.
There you go. You know when your teachers say, read the whole thing first?
Yeah. Well, when it says signature of elected, that would be you.
You're also,
Why do you guess? Well, that's the problem.
there's a problem.
So we'll do this way.
It's all right.
We'll figure it out.
I can make copies of those.
Yeah. Great. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Now we'll do this right.
All right.
Okay, there we go.
All right, we'll get all figured out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hand these over to you.
Again, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hey, good to see you.
Got me stuck with it 4 more years.
See you.
You're a student. Good for you. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there's the business part of this out of the way.
You're legal.
Oh, we're legal now. Oh, does anyone need a break?
Well, that was kind of a break.
That felt like a break.
Yeah, that is.
I'm okay. I'm okay. So now we go on to the fun stuff. Board reorganization. Okay, I promise, kids, this isn't gonna take too long. So, normally we would call for nominations. Then we're gonna elect the new president of the school board. So, I called for the nominations for three calls for nominations. I want, people to know you can be nominated. That does not mean you have to accept that nomination. If you feel like you can't do the job and don't want to do the job, you're more than welcome to say, I pass, but thank you for the nomination. So, we are going to go ahead and do that right now. Do I have any nominations for president?
I would like to nominate Dr. Sandy Long to be board president.
All right, do I have any other nominations? Any other nominations? Nominations are closed. So with that, we're going to do a roll call vote to see if we approve Dr. Sandy Long to become the new president of the Port Angeles School Board. Director Wright?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes?
I will.
All right, and with that, my reign of terror is Just go ahead and slide your little booty right over here. There you go. Take your chair.
Now that's official.
It's set all
It's
right,
all
set for
official.
you.
So look you going.
There you go.
Thank you.
You have the gavel.
Sending me away.
Off you go.
All right. Well, thank you for your confidence in my ability to lead this group.
Of course.
Okay.
And
Sandy.
before we do anything else, I want to thank Sarah for leading us this past year. It's been
It's
been a year,
been a year.
and your leadership has been very important.
I
I've
appreciate
enjoyed
that.
working with you. We've spent a lot of time together as vice president and president. We do a lot of planning together with the superintendent, and it's always a joyous day when we plan. It's a long day when we plan, but we have a little something for you.
Oh.
And to thank you for all you've done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, I got a Christmas package the last time I was president,
Did you?
and it bloomed. It's the only thing I've ever made bloom in my life.
Well, Merry
Well,
Christmas.
thank you. This one came ready to go. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
it's
set that right
it's
there.
all ready.
It's beautiful. Thank you.
And we love you and appreciate you,
I love
and
you all too.
thank you again. Okay, so, onward and upward. Hope I remember how to do this. Okay.
I have the books.
Oh, no.
Just in case.
Thank you. I might need that. We're moving on now to 5.03, which is nomination and approval of our board vice president. The vice president is a very important job. Again, the president and vice president work closely together, and if something happens to the president, God forbid, whoever is going to get to be helpful to take my place if I had to be gone for a while. So, do I hear any nominations for the office of vice president?
I'm going to nominate Director Marks.
Director Katie Marks has been nominated. Are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Sarah Methner.
Okay. We have 2 nominations. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I have to ask 3 times. Okay, well, let me look at.
Well, I'm going to thank you, Jacob, but I'm going to remove my name from that. It's been 3 years of leadership, and I'm ready to bring on, but thank you for the nomination.
Okay. That leaves us with 1 nominee, and we need to have a voice vote on that. So, from the board, so Jake?
Yes.
Yes.
Mary?
For yourself.
Yes.
Yes.
And I vote yes. So, welcome, Katie.
Thank you.
And thank you for stepping up for that position.
Yep.
I look forward to working with you. Oh, we'll have a great time. I look forward to working with you too. Now, we have 3 other positions that the board votes on. And 5.04 is the next one. It is the Port Angeles School District Board Legislative Representative. And this person works very closely with WASDA, which is our School Board Association, and with our legislators. And so I'm going to open the floor for nominations for Ledge Rep.
You want to do it? I got one coming up here. It's like getting the next one on it, please?
Who?
I nominate Mary Hebert for our ledge representative.
Okay,
Would you be willing to,
I would be willing to do that.
thank you, that's great. I think it's a good place to learn a lot about school board directors.
And this one we don't have to have a roll call, we just,
Can we
by
just,
acclamation.
okay, all in favor of Mary Hebert as our new ledge rep? Say aye. Aye. Okay, thank you, Mary. Which moves us now to nomination and approval of our WIAA representative. And this person works with our athletic director, our athletic, what do we call it? Director?
Interscholastic athletics for the state of Washington.
Okay, no, but with coach, anyway. And with all our athletic things. So do I have any nominations for WIAA representative?
Yeah, well, I'm serving on the regional, I was elected, actually.
Well, there's perfect, then I nominate Katie Marks.
Yeah, so you could just bring us that.
Yeah,
that
and I've already started attending, so.
Oh, great, okay. So Katie Marks has been nominated for that position, WIAA rep. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Aye. Thank you, Katie. And now, the last nomination is for our board audit committee, and there are usually two, I believe.
That's right.
And so I need to hear a nomination for two people.
I will nominate Sammy Long and Jacob Wright for that.
Okay. Jacob? will
Yes,
you-
that's great.
Okay. So we'll need these two, myself and Jake, and we will, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Well, good. I look forward to doing that. We have an audit every year, and we work with the auditor too, and the superintendent and his staff to do that.
I look forward to working with you, Sandy.
Me too. That'll be fun.
It's really easy.
Oh, good. Okay, so that fills out those things. At the end of this meeting, we'll be going around and looking at committee assignments for the board, and so that'll add to our work. But all right, so it's time for agenda approval. Everybody okay? Okay with the agenda? Well, that moves us down to 7.01, the consent agenda approval. Do I hear a move?
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the consent agenda. The consent agenda takes care of business that we take care of every meeting. Routine affairs, thank you. Okay, so that takes us down to my favorite part, to
Distribution of correspondence.
well, that's not my favorite part, but do we have any correspondence, Jenny?
None at this meeting.
Okay, no correspondence. So now we go to my favorite part, which is awards, recognitions, and presentations. And our first presentation is going to be about Franklin Elementary School, one of my faves. And Mr. Lunt is here to talk to us, and we're going to be hearing from some of his students too. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you.
Is the mic? Hey, Jeff, is the
Yep,
mic?
yep, I'm gonna grab it. I just want to get organized here.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's working now. I'd like to thank the Board of Directors, Superintendent Brewer, Assistant Superintendent Olson, for allowing me to come and brag about my school, my staff, and my students. Since I presented, and we'll get my PowerPoint up, since I presented at our CSIP last month, I'm not going to go into a lot of details about that, and frankly, you guys don't want to look at me much anyway. So we're going to move into the things that you really care about, and that is the things that we're doing at Franklin. one slide. Pretty much everything that we do centers around our mission, which is to foster commitment to and a love for lifelong learning, and our vision, which is every day we learn and grow. That's what I'm going to talk about tonight, is kind of our mission and our vision and different aspects of the school that represent those. You'll advance to the next slide. I'd like to start by asking my 6th grade teachers, Mrs. Kays and Ms. Williams, to come up to recognize our Students of the Month. And Students of the Month, I have to apologize because we didn't have your most recent pictures, so I had to go with last year's. So, Ms. Williams and Ms. Kays, will you come forward? We're recognizing 2 students this month for our Students of the Month, 2 6th grade students. And Ms. Kays is here to talk about Rosalind.
Yeah. Do you hold it? Is that?
I can.
All right, so the funny thing is that this is something that I wrote to Lent in October, and it's still true, plus times 10. So what I said was, Rosalind is wonderful. She comes to class with a willingness to share, participate, learn. Every day she puts forth 100% plus. She is able to work in any kind of group. She is kind, she's considerate. I have watched her gently guide some kids that lose focus, and she does it so lovely. And she is humble, but yet she is very confident. She is an absolute pleasure to work with in class, still. So I'm so glad that I have her.
And Rosalind, we're going to ask you to come forward in just a moment. I have a story though to tell, because we do a recognition. We started a recognition this month, and I'm going to, at the end of the presentation, you'll see what that recognition is. But at that recognition, I mistook Rosalind for one of our teachers, because that's how she carries herself. She looks and acts like she belongs, like she is in charge, like she's one of the adults at the school. And every time I see her, I'm reminded of that, just how mature she carries herself. And we are fortunate in Port Angeles, Rosalind, and also Henry as students.
I am pleased to recognize McHenry, not only a strong student in our classroom, but also just a wonderful human being that I'm proud to work with. I wrote about McHenry. He's an enthusiastic, resourceful, and independent learner, and a valuable contributor to our classroom. Not only is he strong academically, McHenry is also thoughtful and an insightful leader. Again, with the humility and the kindness, gently guides students on their way when they don't even realize that's what's happening. He shows maturity, positivity, and kindness as he works with his classmates, and he shows an appreciation for different perspectives and experiences, which is sometimes rare at the 6th grade level. So he's an excellent role model for others and a wonderful human being.
And McHenry is a veteran of Franklin board presentations, because this is the 3rd year in a row that he has been part of the board presentation. As a 4th grader, his class, he was a big part of this, did math talks. Last year, he did a video representation of the Chinook wind, wasn't it? And through visual and sound representation that was shared. So can I have both of you come forward, because I think that we have some certificates and we'll want to get some pictures. Okay, Carmen, where do you want us?
So we'll probably go out on the stairs with family as well.
And this certificate states that it's a certificate of recognition for Rosalind and McHenry. The Port Angeles School District is honored to acknowledge your positive contributions in and out of the classroom at Franklin Elementary. Congratulations on being Port Angeles School District Student of the Month.
Students and parents. Yep.
You're welcome. Out there, or, okay.
Photos?
We'll be right back.
Parents, family,
Teachers, parents, family members, board members.
Yeah, I thought Katie wanted to be the lead rep. That's what I get for never taking Katie to lunch. That's my fault.
Oh, did you start the same here?
I guess we're all of it.
Oh, okay. No, it's on the larger. Oh, was it? Yeah. Same thing. Especially when you're like, I have a black card. We just messaged. Since Steve coming in, she's like, specifically for white masks, because I don't want to be so black. Showing her the way it's going there. Well, I think about the next one. For birthday, Veronica gave her a black hat. And then we just got to flavor, and she was just like a ninja. And then you started to I did do this out. I mean, the shop
When you get up here, it's nice to have you there.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we're always thrilled to see our students. And do you want to continue now, Mr. White?
Thank you. I'm proud of the Franklin family. Our student numbers are slowly creeping up. We've gained about 20 to 25 students in the last couple of months, and so we're getting back to the numbers that we were hoping would come back more quickly, but we're getting there. Part of my job is to help everyone at Franklin grow and get where they want to be. I'm proud of the fact that that's true not only of our students but also of our staff and helping them grow. As I mentioned, we have a little over 300 students, teachers. We have 21 teachers on staff. We are right now a 2-unit school with the exception of kindergarten, which is 3-unit. We've added 3 new teachers to the building this year. And the thing that I'm most proud of, we talk a lot about every day we learn and grow and helping people to get and reach their potential. We've had 2 paraeducators that we hired at the start of the year with the understanding that my expectation was that they were going to be teaching soon. A little quicker than I anticipated. Both of them are currently teaching now in the district. So I appreciate the fact that my staff is always looking to grow. We represent that vision. Every day we learn and grow, and we model that for our students. Next slide. Along with that, there's been some opportunities for problem solving this year. One of the problems that we've faced is when you have paras that become teachers, replacing them. Staffing has been an issue. We currently have 4 unfilled support positions that we are looking to hire. We've had the challenges of COVID and attendance. Contact tracing has taken time away from other duties. And it's been difficult at times to find classwork supports and for those that have missed time. Our support staff, one of my jobs is to support staff, to free them up to do the important work. There are a lot of demands throughout the day, and I try to decrease those demands because I know if they're taken care of, they can take care of our students. And that is their primary job. I also need to make sure that their well-being is supported, because if they're taken care of, our students are taken care of. Which is why social emotional learning is so important. After a year of being socially isolated, the well-being has been impacted. Our younger students haven't learned, and some of our older students have forgotten how to share, how to play, take turns, talk to one another, follow simple directions, and keep problems small rather than making a small problem big. Washington State has their social emotional standards and benchmarks. We follow those. Standards 1 through 3 focus on the individual, the self-awareness, self-management, and self-efficacy. The next 3, standards 4, 5, and 6, focus on this individual's place in society. How do we all fit together? Social awareness, social management, and social engagement are the focus of those. We work to blend all of those together in what we do to support the whole child. This is where we lean on Colleen Harder, our counselor, and we couldn't do much of what we do without her support. Of course, you all know that we all do Character Strong as part of our everyday activities and involve it in everything we do in the classroom. But the work that Colleen does is crucial in allowing our students to reach their potential. So I'd like to ask Colleen to come forward and share a little bit about what she does with students.
Thank you. A few years ago, I was able to share about our programs in place at Franklin. This year, I would like to present our updates. Our biggest shift has been to double down on our Tier 1 interventions and focus these classroom-based lessons at the beginning of the year. The curriculums we are using this year include Second Step, Kelso's Choices, Bounce Back, Zones of Regulation, and our district-wide Character Strong program. Next slide, please. Second Step. The focus of the Second Step program is to teach tangible skills that promote school readiness. We touch on subjects such as growth mindset, goal setting, self-regulation and management, ways to be helpful and kind, and problem solving. One change we made this year was to upgrade to the new digital platform with more modern graphics and lesson content. Students have been more engaged and willing to participate with this new curriculum. We are also finding that this curriculum nicely supports both Character Strong and our school-wide expectations for behavior. Next slide, please. Kelso's Choices is a problem-solving curriculum that we have used with the lower grade levels that has been very effective for us. The benefit of Kelso's Choice is the teaching of specific skills to solve problems that may typically arise during the school day. We use a teach, model, practice, and then use approach to prepare students, and then support these skills by training our paraeducators to implement this tool during recess interventions. By focusing students on using practical thinking skills to address a problem, we are able to shift them away from an emotional reaction to a logical resolution that is within their control. These packets that Mr. Lunt just handed out are examples of problem-solving cards that are distributed to each second grade student. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here we go. Bounce Back is a new curriculum for Franklin. The opportunity to access this pilot program came to us through the ESD. This curriculum was originally developed as a Tier 2 small group intervention to teach resiliency skills to students who had experienced trauma. The University of Montana has now written and is test piloting a version of this program as a Tier 1 classroom-based curriculum to teach these same resiliency and self-management skills. The cornerstone of Bounce Back is shown on this slide. Here we are teaching students that our thoughts, feelings, and actions are all interconnected and under our control. This slide is an example of a lesson that focused on management of emotions. We noticed that students readily understand the idea of using a thermometer to measure emotions, reactions, and energy levels. This then allows them to more accurately communicate and manage their needs. One fourth grade student who happens to be here very accurately observed that we tend to learn best when we are somewhere in the mid-range. What we are seeing on this slide are examples of work by 3 of our 5th grade students. They were very eager to share their work, by the way. This particular lesson was focused on how we feel stress in our bodies. One felt it as tension in their arms and hands. One felt it in their neck and stomach. One wrote about having worrying thoughts. Our subsequent lessons have focused on techniques to minimize and control these stress reactions, including thought management, progressive relaxation, and problem-solving strategies. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update.
Thank you, Helen.
This year's provided some opportunities for us also to bring back some old celebrations. We have our weekly Fantastic Five recognitions, and this is some of the students that were recognized over the weeks. Each week I call out at least 5 students, sometimes more, to come down, and they are recognized for their Fantastic Five behaviors. Fantastic Five behaviors, the way that their name gets drawn is they're recognized by a staff member who gives them a Fantastic Five card that they then turn in at the office for part of that drawing. Students can get as many recognitions as they can. Their cards go in, and so we just pull names, but it allows us to recognize our students. Next slide. We've created a new celebration, which is Character Strong Day, and in the picture on the left, you'll see Rosalind. This is a new celebration this year. This is something that our staff and leadership team came up with. As we talked about Character Strong being our Tier 1 intervention for support, and it's our classroom and building focus. Each day, students get tips to bring out those character traits. For example, today for empathy, I share on them, and I do this on the morning announcements. It was the idea of walking a mile in another person's shoes, getting a feel for what they're experiencing, that experiential empathy. So at the end of each month, teachers recognize a student in their classroom that has exemplified that character trait. Their names are called on the morning announcements. They come down and they're awarded with a Franklin Character Strong shirt. I think I saw, did I just saw a Franklin shirt, but tomorrow, your name's going to be called. Heads up. One of the things that's come out of this, I'd like to share with you, and Carmen has this unsolicited. A parent sent a social media post that she had with her son's picture, and it said, "I honestly didn't expect Sammy to even mention his shirt or being recognized for gratitude. But he ripped open his backpack the moment he got home and put it on. He was really proud. He's wearing it today." So he decided he was going to wear it the next day too. Thank you so much for seeing how special he is and for helping bring it out in him. We appreciate you and the other teachers so much. And this is a student that is in one of our resource rooms, that students are gravitating towards this idea of how can I show gratitude? How can I show perseverance? How can I show empathy? And we talk about that all the time, each month, and we keep coming back to those traits, because those are the traits, those are the character traits that if a student has when they leave the Port Angeles School District, even if they're missing a part of math or something there, they're going to be good citizens. So we want everyone to leave school with those traits. Some new practices that we're implementing. The Shaver-Myers room.
I know you were doing this.
Classroom yoga brain breaks. And the one I like the best is the student there on the right that is sitting back with the legs.
Little happy baby, Mr. Lyon.
Okay. But I go by periodically and they're doing this, and it makes me feel good to watch them do this. They enjoy it and they're having a good time, and it just gives them a break and the opportunity to be centered. Next slide. Teaching and learning. Of course, we always have a focus on teaching and learning, and we are examining our teaching practices. As part of our multi-tiered support system, we have RTI that provides support at the student's level with a double dose of reading to build a stronger foundation. This year we have slowly added in a math support in 4th grade, and we just were approved to post for a new support teacher position using some ESSER funds, and so that person will be going to help support even a greater math RTI in 4th grade, as well as supporting 2nd and 5th grade students, where we have determined there is the greatest need. This year we tried something new to start the year in kindergarten. Kindergarten class lists are a gamble. You don't know the kids, you're putting them in classes where you don't know them. Every other grade, the teachers from the previous year can give you feedback to try to place kids where they're best going to be supported. I don't like to gamble. In talking with our kindergarten teachers, we came up with a different plan this year. And I've asked my kindergarten teachers, Jennifer Peretti, Becky Lee, and Jenny Behrman, to come and share how they use the days in September to meet with families, assess students, and create classes. and how it's benefited us for the start of the year.
Thank you. So Franklin did something a little bit different this year. For the first 3 days before school, we invited families to come to the school in a small group appointment style. So we limited it to about 3 to 4 families per group, and they were able to schedule and come in and meet all 3 of us and not just one. And when parents arrived, we brought them to a real-life kindergarten classroom, so usually the kids got really excited at that point because they saw a school. The parents got excited, and they met each one of us to get a general feel of who we are as a team. From then, we split them into 2 rooms. The students went into a second room, and with the RTI paraprofessionals, did a really quick baseline assessment on letters, numbers, and a lot of other soft skills, so we could get some sort of information on them. During that time, we met with the parents to get background family information, what are they expecting out of kindergarten, and a lot other information like what are they worried about or what motivates their students. When the kids came back, they did a small arts and crafts activity with us, and we were able to see right then and there who can follow directions, who can cut, who can color, and it gave us a really strong foundation to build our class lists from there.
Yes, and just as Jeff was saying, kindergarten is really unique that we haven't had that opportunity before to really have an opportunity to have balanced classrooms. And so this really helped us, as Jenny said too, to get to know them. And we also got to see them interact with each other and learn about their personalities. And our goal as a team and as a school is to create a really positive start to their academic career, because kindergarten, is their jumping off point.
By meeting all the kids, we were able to make them feel really comfortable, create less anxiety the first day of school, and put a lot of the families at ease, because I think parents are a little more anxious than kids are sometimes. And by meeting them first, we were truly able to see kind of their personalities, how they worked with their peers. We were able to match their personalities to the teachers and really create well-balanced classrooms. And on the first day of school, in true kindergarten fashion, we had a party. We had music, we had banners, and the kids came and everybody received an envelope that was sealed. And when they opened their envelope, their papers matched our shirts. And that is who they figured out, that's how they figured out they learned who their teacher was that day. So it was kind of cool for us. We got to see the excitement on their faces, and they lined up and we started our journey. So thank you.
Thank you, ladies. I used to be a kindergarten teacher, and I loved it, and I still love it. I'm going to come and see you soon.
You should.
That's perfect.
Now, one of the amazing things, yeah, you say that, I've heard that before.
I'm coming to see you.
Yeah, you better. One of the amazing things is kindergarten parents, for many of them, this is the first time their child is going to school. And there is a lot of anxiety. They want to know in June who their child's teacher is going to be in September, so that they can begin preparing themselves for handing off their kids. We had to be upfront with them and tell them, you will not know who your child's teacher is till the first day, and here's why. And as soon as we were explicit in our reasoning for this, they all said, oh, that makes perfect sense. And they met with everyone. The anxiety for the parents, for the most part, went away. The anxiety for the kids went away. And there was no longer a concern over who's going to be my child's teacher, which was amazing. That was the piece that probably surprised me the most, because I know how kindergarten parents can be. That's a scary time. But as soon as they understood why, they were perfectly at ease with it. So that was a great start to the year for kindergarten. Another thing that we're really proud of is how we are challenging our students to reach high standards. And part of the way that we're doing that is we're providing options for students. 2 examples are our 5th grade newspaper. Which is coming your way, where students developed this all on their own. The teachers allowed them a forum for doing it, helped them, but they designed this, and they all work together. And as you can see, there's writing examples, there's artwork. They really make use of talents that each individual has to maximize for the group. Another thing that I'm really proud of is the Franklin Super Raccoon Show. And I would like to call up 4th grade teacher Ms. Hernandez, Laura Hernandez, and the creators of the Super Raccoon Show to share what they're doing.
Hi, I'm Laura Hernandez. My 4th grade class has produced the Super Raccoon Show for Franklin. This is an enrichment activity showcasing what the students are learning, character strong, and just different creative suggestions from their classmates. So there are many levels of involvement, from designing the set and filming to writing scripts, memorizing scripts, and starring in the show. Isaac Wendell and Veronica Schaefermeyer are our producers, and they're going to share some things they've learned.
Hello, I'm Veronica. Hi, I'm Isaac. We are the producers of the Super Raccoon Show. This process has been a wonderful experience for the two of us. We released 2 episodes of this production. I learned some important things through the activity. I learned leadership skills and found ways to challenge myself by incorporating every kid into the show. And I have learned how to lead class meetings, new technical skills, and how to give helpful feedback when practicing lines. We hope you enjoy this clip of our show. Thank you.
Not at the bottom, no.
Hi, I'm Isaac Wendell, and I'm Veronica Schaefer. This is Super Raccoon Show. Today we have fun facts that I'm going to share. Wendell is Veronica Cooper. We also have Eric John and Hugh Allen. Take it away, Emily
Veronica, what did you learn about
And I'm Veronica Schickmeyer. This is the Super Raccoon Show. Today we have fun facts on Emily and Laverna and weather with Winter and Cooper. We also have a character strong interview with Allison. Take it away, Emily and Laverna. Hi, I'm Laverna Ho. And I'm Emily Abbott. Here are some fun facts about tropical biomes. You're learning about them in class and thought we could share them with you. Did you know that it can be hot there even though it is rainy? Also, there are over 2,500 different types of vines in tropical rainforests. Next, were you aware that there are more than 30,000 plants that make medicine in the tropical rainforest? Did you know that parrots live in tropical rainforests? Finally, did you believe that there are over 7 different kinds of fruit that grow in the tropical rainforest? That's all we had about tropical rainforests. Back to you, Veronica and Isaac. Wow, I didn't know all that about tropical rainforests. Who knew they were so interesting? Now it's time for weather with Winter and Cooper. Take it away.
Hi, my name is Winter Miller.
And I am Cooper Carson. Here's your weather.
October is a crazy month. We could possibly have heights of 57 degrees and lows of 43 degrees. It will be nice, sunny, and warm.
Or it will be cold, rainy, and wet. Or it could be both. You never know where it goes.
Back to you, Isaac.
Whoa, that weather is kind of cold. Make sure to bring coats.
Yes. Always remember to dress for the weather. Now here's an interview with Allison about perseverance.
Okay. Hello, my name is Allison Thomas. Today we will be interviewing Mr. Lent and Mr. Schickmeyer's class about perseverance. Perseverance means to work through challenging things with obstacles in the way. Now let's see what perseverance means from first graders. What does perseverance mean to you?
So I'm really good at singing, and to me, perseverance means that I'm going to be a singer.
Okay, good job. I want to be a police officer and catch robbers. Okay, thank you.
And when I grow up, I want to be a race car auto mechanic. And
now we will hear from Mr. Lent. So, Mr. Lent, what does perseverance mean to you?
Perseverance means when someone sticks with it and they keep trying different things when something isn't working for them the first time.
Okay.
They keep trying different ways to solve the problem, to reach success, to accomplish their goals. Because there's lots of things in life that come hard to people, and if we work at overcoming those barriers, that is perseverance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lent. Great answer.
You're very welcome.
Thanks, Allison. That was awesome. This has been a great episode. We hope you enjoyed this. But before we go, here's Olivia with what to look for next time.
hello, I'm Olivia Long. Today I'm here to tell you about the next episode. If you have a weird or interesting talent, tell your teacher. Once you do, teachers email Veronica and Isaac on the school daily. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia, for ending our show. Goodbye, everyone. And this is the Super Raccoon Show.
I'm afraid I'm going to turn this on and it's going to blast.
I think you're good. You're, you know.
Okay. Thank you, Veronica and Isaac. Yeah, that's just an example of some of the things that our students do that I'm really proud of, and it makes it fun every day to come to work. Finally, we're moving back and incorporating some of our spirit days. This is an example of Pajama Day, and that is followed by Mask Day, which originally they wanted to decorate the masks that we wear, and it was Halloween time, and I said, well, why not decorate if I get you a design or a template for a masquerade mask? And they, yeah, so they just took off with it and ran, and you can see McHenry with a lit up mask there. You can see Isaac with a phantom mask. They just had a lot of fun with it, and it was amazing to hear the comments and how excited kids were over taking a piece of paper, cutting it out, decorating it, and then wearing it, putting it in front of their face. They loved it. Little things like that. It's a really fun, challenging, but fun time to be in school because there's some real talents that are coming out. In closing, I'd like to thank all of the board members. I'd like to thank outgoing Director Cindy Kelly. I appreciate all the support that she has been to all of the students, all of the kids at Port Angeles for all of those years. I've had the opportunity to work with her for a number of years, and I really appreciate her. You can go to the next slide. I appreciate all of you and your commitment. So thank you to all of the board of directors, Superintendent Brewer, Assistant Superintendent Olson, and all of the Franklin family that is pretty well represented here tonight. I'll end with what our students hear at the end of every morning announcement. At Franklin, every day we learn and grow. Thank you.
So much, and thank all the Franklin folks who are here, parents, students, teachers, counselors.
Now they all need to get home and get that homework done.
I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to clear the room and get your work ready to go.
And how do we see more episodes of the Raccoon Show?
Yeah, me too.
Well, I had to edit that down a little bit because there's actually some sections that I knew I was limited on time, so I did edit it down. But I can get you the link if you'd like.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy to share.
Please do. That was delightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We kind of settled in. All right, that takes us now down to 9.03. We're going to recognize one of the Lincoln High School teachers, Tyler Jones, tonight. So I'd like for Cindy Crum and our superintendent to make this presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Tyler Jones is here tonight with us. He's an ELA teacher at Lincoln High School. And if you remember, it seems like time has blended on me here, but it seemed about a month ago or so, we had a pretty scary event at Lincoln High School with regards to student and staff safety. And I had an opportunity to be there. Cindy was there, Tyler was there. And the outstanding leadership that Tyler demonstrated on that day to keep not just himself safe, but the students in the classroom safe, and the students of the entire school safe was nothing short of amazing. We had police response at that event, and Tyler was in the mindset that he was actually a problem solver with the authorities coming up with solutions to best deal with the threat that was in the class. And so his leadership was very firm, solid, calm, and in that process really helped his students and his class manage a situation that could have been a lot different. So we have determined, Cindy Crum and myself, on behalf of the board, that it's very appropriate to recognize Tyler for this outstanding effort to commit to our district, and the certificate. Would you like to read the certificate?
Well, before I read it, I just want to say, we practice, we think about these, and you read about them, and you hear about them on the news, and you wonder what will happen and how people will respond. And I think what makes me want to go to school every day is knowing that because of Tyler and how he responded. I know now how we will do. And so as principal and I think as a friend and as somebody who's worked with him for almost 20 years, I can say that I wasn't surprised because he's that leader, and
want to reiterate what Mr. Brewer said is he not only wanted what was best for the students, but for everybody. And so, thank you, and I will read it. This certificate is awarded to Tyler Jones, Port Angeles School District Board of Directors, and Superintendent Brewer, along with Principal Cindy Crum and the Lincoln High School staff and students. Thank you for your exemplary service of going above and beyond the call of duty and taking a leadership role at the Lincoln High School campus for the safety of all.
I don't want to speak to as large of an audience as there was 10 minutes ago. This is a strange recognition to receive. It was scary. It was real. You know, there's not a lot of details, and I think a lot of people in the room don't know, I think, really what happened. When you reflect on it, like I've done, let me start off with a different take on it. There's times when I go to a restaurant and I can't decide what to order. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't matter if it's food or a drink. Or I was out with a friend one time and he said, "Do you have a beer called The Indecisive?" You know, it's this little joke. But that day we're talking about, I was remarkably decisive. And I was. There was no moment when it was, do I do this or do I do this other thing? Just the decisions were very clear, you know, for that short amount of time. Didn't take very long. And in the aftermath, you know, with reflection, you can look at it like a simulation on what people would do in that situation. But the law enforcement officers that showed up, their firearms were real. Everyone thought that the threat was real. And in that circumstance, a real tragedy could have happened. And when I look at how, you know, our school, our students, our staff got through the situation, I really don't think it could have happened in a way that left a lesser, like, emotional, you know, trauma, left a lesser, you know, emotional impact on the staff and students. We were able to navigate this in a way that, I mean, it happened, it was real. But it really, everything did fall into place. And I really do feel for all students that were involved, including the student that caused the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your quick action and your bravery and your leadership in that situation. We really do. School safety is utmost every day. And being ready for that is very important. So thank you again for your work. Okay, brings us down to 9.04, and this is our ELA adoption report. And I don't know how many coaches are going to present this. I see 2 of you. Okay, thank you. So we'll welcome you now and give us kind of an update on what's going on. This is what I used to call reading adoption. Mary, did you ever call it that?
So Morgan and I are really excited to have the opportunity to share out about the work that the ELA Adoption Committee has undertaken the last year. I'll share a little bit about where we started and what last year looked like, and then Morgan is going to share a little bit about our vision and where we're headed for this year. So originally, we were scheduled to start our ELA adoption in the 2019-2020 school year, but there were a few small, minor things that kind of set us back a little bit, like a world pandemic. And so we took on the adoption work a year later. We are currently scheduled and on track to implement our new ELA curriculum, which will be decided, K-6 starting next year in the 2022-23 school year. So our process really began with Michelle and the elementary building principals selecting and putting together a very strong team of amazing teachers who had, the team they selected encompassed a wide range of expertise and experience. They worked to create a balance between grade levels and schools so that everybody was represented. And I cannot begin to express my admiration and appreciation for the teachers that took on this extremely heavy lift at a time that is already so challenging. And they have put in so much work and so much time and so much effort. So I don't know if any of them are still left, but when if you see them and when you see them, be sure and let them know how much you appreciate them, because they're absolutely amazing. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but yeah. So once the committee was formed, we started down the road to actually looking at adopting. So we began by meeting as a group and discussing the needs of Port Angeles students and imagining what a curriculum would look like that met the needs of all of our students, what an ideal curriculum would look like. We consolidated all of our ideas to form a vision statement that would guide the work that we're doing. The vision statement, nope, not yet. There we go. The vision statement that the team came up with is, we imagine a rich and engaging standard-based curriculum that develops a love of reading, provides a balanced literacy program across all grade levels and abilities, and lends itself to meaningful assessment while expanding our instructional understandings and skills to support inclusionary practices. That has been the forefront of the work that we've done. We then started researching all of the curriculum that was out there. We started with Ed Reports, which is kind of a top nonprofit curriculum review organization, and they are a group of teachers that have worked together to go through very rigorous process of looking at curriculum. They look at things like text quality, text complexity, alignment to the standards, how usable it is for teachers, and we narrow it down to only those curricula that met the highest standard in each of the categories. Anything that did not meet the highest standard, we eliminated. We also realized quickly that not every curriculum was included in Ed Reports. So our members reached out to their contacts in other districts to see if there was something that we were possibly missing that wasn't included in Ed Reports, and we cast a little bit of a wider net and came up with what we believed were the best of the best. Once we were confident that we had really looked at everything that was available, we ordered preview materials and we began the process of rigorously evaluating on our own based on our students and the criteria that we'd set out. It became very clear very quickly that some of the programs did not meet the needs of our students, would not meet the needs of our teachers, and we were able to quickly eliminate those. But there were still about seven or eight, I think, that we looked at a little more closely. We used our vision statement and we ordered all of those materials, and we had a chance to preview, look at, talk, evaluate those 8 programs, and then the committee voted and narrowed it down to 4 top contenders. We met with, oh, I guess I forgot to do this, have no idea, oh, there we are. Of those 4, we went through a curriculum analysis. We used a rubric. We looked at the different aspects of each of the curriculums. And then after weighing and debating, the team voted to choose 2 to pilot this year. Sorry. And this is just a look at some of the curriculum analysis we did with the top 2 that we ended up piloting.
Okay, my turn. Okay, I'll read that.
Oh, probably won't. I was gonna sing.
This is our practice run. Okay, so here we are. So in 21-22, we're just continuing the work that they started back in January. They had a pretty rigorous schedule. I think we met every month. Sometimes we met, I think in May we met 3 or 4 times to meet with different curriculum representatives, because there was a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time. So we're continuing on. So this year, or this school year, we've already met 4 times. 2 of them have been traditional ELA meetings. And then the November and December meetings were with different school districts that have adopted both the curriculums that we're looking at. So November, we met with South Kitsap School District, who adopted Witten Wisdom in 2019. And then just last week, we met with Evergreen Public Schools, who adopted Fontes and Pinnell, also in 2019. So it's been great to talk with both of them, because they have implemented all throughout pandemic, virtual, hybrid, and all that good stuff. So that was really important and impactful for our teachers to hear. And then you can see that we'll meet again in January every month until May. So Donette spoke to it really eloquently, but they are doing a ton of heavy lifting, especially through this school year. And on top of that heavy lifting, what our teachers decided to do is, through the committee, they decided they did not want to just teach in isolation. So through the committee, we talked about being able to have their teaching partners also pilot as well. So we didn't have any teachers left on a little island in isolation. So up on the board, we know that this is kind of the disbursement of where our piloting grades are at each building. So it's across every single building, anywhere from 2 to mainly 3, or in the case of Hamilton, 4 classrooms or 4 grade levels. So one thing that is just a little bit different for our pilot this year is, through our committee meetings last school year, our teachers were very clear that they could not make a well-informed decision without piloting both curriculums. And that was a huge, it is a huge undertaking. So just tonight, 6 of our 7 teachers from Franklin that are piloting were also here tonight. I'll never forget, during one of the meetings, one of our teachers walked in and she's like, "This is hard." And it is super, super hard. And that was a really difficult decision, and I think we still kind of go back and say, why did we decide to pilot both for every single teacher? And so I really commend them for wanting to have their hands dirty and know what each curriculum represents, so they can speak to it. And when we roll out an adoption, we're not going to have half the committee who's done heavy lifting. They're all doing it, and they're all going to be experts and be able to support their entire buildings with the new rollout, which, as you know, is huge. So that's kind of doubled up everything that we've done in regard to the professional trainings. So this is huge. We started in July. With Witten Wisdom, there's actually 3 different trainings that they have to do. So they've done those 3, and we just finished with Wilson Foundations for our 2nd grade teachers today. So that's great. They'll have all their training that they need going into January and be ready to roll out their new curriculum that they're doing. They'll have one in January, which we're still working on those dates, and then the other things that we'll plan out are office hours with both instructional leaders from the both curriculums to answer questions and problem solve with our teachers. So, and we book those and schedule those as needed. So sometimes it's once a month, sometimes it's multiple times. It just really depends, again, when our teachers have the time, because it's a big task for them. So
And then since we're rotating curriculums, this is just an example of like what is happening with the Hamilton curriculum, just to kind of know where each grade level is at and where it's going. And so this is where I say a ton of thanks. I know he's not here tonight, but I owe Nolan and his maintenance crew, I mean, a debt of gratitude that I cannot repay him, because they are just out moving curriculum left and right. It's around 600 boxes of curriculum. So I just sent off a magical email, and I went down today, and all the curriculum that I had stored is gone. So our teachers have it, and so that's really great. And he'll have it all done by Wednesday of next week, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was done probably Monday or Tuesday, just as stuff gets packed up. So that's what they're doing. And then this is just kind of a timeline. In a perfect world, you know, we'll finish rotation 2, the committee will make a recommendation, we'll go through IMC, we'll go through the school board, we'll work on setting up trainings, ordering curriculum, and supporting the teachers throughout the whole school year. So it's a lot packed into a short amount.
Thank you. That is just a huge task. I'm really surprised that they were able to pilot this year. That must have been a big decision on your part.
Yeah, I think September we were all feeling a lot of stress. I know I went into Michelle's office more than once, but they have, you know, kind of settled, and they've always come back and known that the work that they're doing is really important. It doesn't take away the stress, but they know it's really important, and they're going. They're working hard and they're diving into it.
So they have a curriculum, and then they have to pack it all up and move it out and move a new one in and start over.
Yeah, so I had a lot of custodians wondering where they were going to store boxes. So they stored boxes for those teachers for 3 months. They put everything back in, boxed it up, and set it outside, and Nolan's and his crew's been moving it. So
It's a lot. I mean, I'm thinking about the teachers and
it is.
you know,
It is
that
a huge
shift that they have to make.
It's a lot. Yeah. I think that a lot of them are thinking, like, what were we thinking? You know, I think you think very ideally, you know, like you have this idea like this is gonna be great because we'll get to experience both of them, and then in the middle of it, it's like, what were we thinking? But they're still just, yeah, they're doing it, and they're amazing.
So so you're boxing that one up because you don't want that one, and you want to, you're trying another one, or you're going
Yes.
to, you liked that one, but you want to try a different one just in case, or what's?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying. So all teachers are trying both curriculum. So with the idea that if a teacher only tries one, they've invested a year into that curriculum, and it might not be the best one, but they're gonna go with it. Because, I mean, you know, like I think that's kind of human nature. Like you're kind of married to that curriculum now, and you see all the advantages, and you know that there's not a perfect fit for everybody. And so we found that with the math adoption, people very much ended up in the camp of whichever one they piloted. And the vote was right down the line of these teachers piloted this and these teachers piloted that. And we wanted to make sure that we were truly getting the best curriculum. And they agreed. They said, you know, they saw many of them had been through that math adoption as well and had that same experience. So they wanted the chance to truly try both. So a half a year with one and a half a year with the other.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
And they will decide in May, June?
End of March, beginning of April, so that we
Okay.
can go through all the proper steps and ordering, and that
Yeah.
means old curriculum has to leave and new curriculum comes
Yeah.
in and training.
And that replaces the old textbook. is that
Yeah, the
right?
Journeys, K-5 and Whitland Mifflin in 6th grade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is nice because both programs have continuity through 6th grade, which we didn't have before.
Yeah.
Does this have a component for writing as well, or is it strictly reading?
Yes, both programs do have writing within them. Although the Fontes and Pinnell has only developed their writing through 3rd grade, and they are now moving forward with developing the rest of their writing and hope to have it rolled out in the next 2 years, is that correct?
Any other questions, comments? Thank you both for your leadership in this area. It is a big decision, an expensive decision also.
Yes.
So it's good. Do we usually do it every, what, 8 years, 10 years? I don't.
Oh gosh, I think with ELA, it's been 2010 was the most recent.
Okay, so,
But we're now on a
yeah, we're on the schedule.
calendar now, which I think is going to be very helpful going forward if stupid COVID goes away.
Go away, COVID. Okay, well, thank you and for your hard work and keep us informed.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate you.
We appreciate you.
Okay, and that takes us to business and financial reports, and Ms. Asher, you're up. For a while, it looks like.
I know, I'm just gonna settle in up there.
So we're looking at October financial report first.
We are, yes. Okay. How about now? Perfect. Yeah, okay, good. All right, so looking at our October financial report, every year we have looked at, in October, we've looked at our free and reduced lunch counts. So I wanted to share this slide, and this is a familiar slide to you guys. As you know, this year, last year and this year, the USDA is not requiring us to charge students for meals. So each student eats for free, and we aren't even actually tracking free, reduced, and paid. But they are asking us to continue to collect free and reduced applications. So a lot of our funding does come from free and reduced percentages. So it's important that we continue that process and keep receiving applications. It made me really nervous because we didn't have that carrot, to be able to collect applications. We didn't have anything to, but parents helped, continue to fill out the app and keep that percentage up. So here, I'm actually encouraged to see, it's kind of a double-edged sword. I don't want to see our percentages up, but it does help our funding. So here we're at, in October of 2021, we're at 53.9%, which is the highest actually, even over 2019. Moving into the pandemic in October, we were at 52%. So continue to move up, and then moving back even farther, in 2018 we're at 50%. So we're seeing a progression instead of it declining, which is really what I was concerned about because of the applications. We're seeing an increase. Part of the increase this year, I'm starting to see an increase in direct certifications from DSHS too. So that kind of tells me a little bit more about the economy as we move into the new year. So that's, that just, they come directly to us. We don't have to receive anything from the families. So that's also what's increasing our percentage. So that will help our 3-year average and help us not dip with any of our Title I or our LAP allocations. So, okay. So here's our fund balance for both general fund and capital projects. Here you can see our ending fund balance of 4.4 as compared to last year at 5.2 in general fund. And then in capital projects, we are up to 9.4. Just continuing to collect those levy funds so that we can get closer and closer to be able to go out to bid for our middle school project. That's compared to last year that was just below $500,000. So we're starting to collect those levy dollars. Next slide. And then moving into the other funds, we've got debt services, which is just collecting interest at this point. We have our ASB, which is really, they're out fundraising again, and it's fun to watch them go through those processes, making the decisions as an executive council, and we're trying new things too. We have a lot of regulations with third-party vendors, and so this was the first year that we've been able to, we were with the play for Into the Woods, they wanted to be able to sell tickets online. Well, because of the third-party vendors, we have all these responsibilities that we can't can't use all of the ticketing systems that are out there. We have to have our money within 24 hours, they have to deposit all the money intact, they can't take their fees out, and you'd be surprised, a lot of companies just don't do that. So so we do have one company that's this is not their specialty, online sales, but we've been working with them and we got it online and we're able to work that out together. So we're gonna work all the kinks out, but I'm really happy we're moving in that direction, that we're able to make those kinds of sales online. We've been doing it for a while, but it's all been through Skyward and through a login based. So families had to have a login to get to their Skyward account. This is just a website where families, community members, grandparents, anyone can go in, make that purchase, and then it goes directly to the club. So I'm excited about that progression.
It works really well.
Thank you, good. Yeah, that was, the one piece to it is that it didn't have an automatic email to, after it was purchased, for the link for the live streaming. We had to manually do that, and so it worked itself out, but Tanya Jefferson and I worked on that, and we're both learning a lot of new things, and I'm proud of that, so. Okay, so looking at our expenditures by program here, I just wanted to point out one new expense, which is actually a new grant that we received through the Department of Health, which is a Return to Learn. And that's a new line there you haven't seen yet, and it's number 19. Those are funds that were given to us by the Department of Health to help with contract tracing, help with just support in the nurse's office. So we'll continue to work on spending those funds. It's similar to how we would spend ESSER, but it's an additional $263,000 through the state, so that's one more grant for you. So really, there isn't anything out of the ordinary here, meaning that we're right at 15%, which is 15% to budget, which is where we would expect to be in October. So let's go ahead, next slide. Here are the differences in our materials, supplies, and operating costs from last year. You can see a lot of our costs are down from last year. At the beginning of last year, we were spending a lot on hybrid and how to moving into getting back into school. We had just a lot of different expenses last year that we didn't have this year. We'll have different, moving forward, we'll have different ESSER and COVID expenses, but for right now, for September and October, they are down compared to last year. Next slide. Where expenses are very much up are in salary and benefits. So this month, you'll see we're at 4.2. And over the past few years, we've really, if it hasn't been lower than the previous year, we've wondered why. Well, we'll expect to see these increases. 60% of that $616,000 that you see there on the variance, 60% of that is teachers for certificated salaries. It's about $400,000 because we are up about 16 FTE in teachers. So that's gonna show in that variance. It's about 10% in benefits, and then another 30%. I could do math in my head, in classified salaries. So that's the difference, is you're just seeing in salaries itself, mainly teachers. So that's October in a nutshell. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Questions? The Return to Learn, the new line.
Yes.
I can't remember. 19. Was that did you have to fill out an application for that?
Well, sort of. It was something that the state came to all the districts with. It was money that they had procured through the feds, and it was something that the state acquired and then allocated to districts that signed up, essentially.
Okay. Yeah. So we had to throw our name in the hat.
We did throw our name in the hat, yes. Rachel Summers headed all of that up for us, and and helped get that procured. And it's pretty common here on the peninsula. A lot of the districts did take advantage of that money.
So you said we had 17 more teachers?
Well, FTE, we're over FTE, yeah. So that's basically, most of our teachers are at 1 FTE, but yeah.
Any other questions?
We'll also talk a little bit more about that in our next presentation.
Yeah. You want to move on to our enrollment report?
Sure. Okay, that's the new file, Jenny. Okay, great. Okay, so it's fun to stand up here and say that our numbers are going up.
That's good.
So for our head count, I was able to get all of our December, up through December posted so that we can get this is a really up-to-date number. We are up 13 over last month, over November, at 3478 for head count. Next slide. And for FTE, we are up 9 from November, which is 167 over budget. So, as you know, we've budgeted very low, very, very conservatively, and so we're starting to see that. We're up over 167, where we budgeted at 32.35. So that's good. Next slide. So as some of you may or may not know, we do have a new gentleman working with us in student services. His name's Greg Dyer, and he started last month, and he's doing a phenomenal job helping me pull all of these new, pull all of the enrollment and keep track of everything. And so he's actually already showing me things, so that's pretty cool. So he's starting to pull these numbers again, and we'll continue to track exactly where as students come and go and provide that information. So here, last year we were really tracking where students were going, and these numbers are way, way down, you'll notice, from last year. So, but this is just a breakdown of since June of 2021 of where students are going, and you can see that a lot of them are transferring out of state or moving around within the state. So, and again, those numbers have dropped. Didn't see a lot of movement in December.
Do you think this is pretty stable right now?
I feel like it's stabilizing, yes. Yeah. I wish I had a crystal ball with it, but I feel like it's settling down a little bit. Okay, next slide. So here we just break down all the different this is district-wide head count. And as we said, we're up 13 in head count. Next slide, just kind of scroll through. I want to get to another area. We're up 5 at Dry Creek, up 6 at Franklin, up 3 at Hamilton. It's okay. Up 3 in Jefferson, down 1 at Roosevelt, down 1 at Stevens, down 2 at Port Angeles, and down 4 at Lincoln. I really wanted to get to Running Start, talk a little bit about, so one more slide, Jenny. There we go. So I think there's a couple different reasons for this, but we've seen a significant shift in the Running Start numbers. So they're not necessarily down, but they've shifted, and I think a lot of it is because last year a lot of students stayed home and did either hybrid learning, or they actually went to Running Start. So our Running Start, full-time Running Start numbers were up significantly. This year they've actually shifted, and we have so for Running Start only, this year we have that 57, and last year there was 110. And so this year we were at 102, and last year there was 47 in Running Start High School. So those two have really shifted, and I don't know which direction that's going to go. We really haven't. This has just been a few months to see. But I checked in because it made me kind of wonder how the college and the high school was going. And so there was 55 students total that registered for UW. There was 22 math classes and 2 science classes. And so, not really, I know that that's about average from where they've been over the last few years, but I think hoping that will grow. I talked to Angie Bidding the other day, who also has the U.S. history class, and so she's waiting for her kids next year or next semester who will go ahead and sign up and register for the history classes. So she's feeling really good about the numbers, and I think that those opportunities are definitely going to. The hope is to keep those kids on campus and providing other opportunities as well as Running Start. So we'll see where that happens, and I'll continue to update you on that as we go. So, do you guys have any questions for December?
Questions?
No. Thank you, that was really fun.
Thank you.
So would you like to move on now to our
Sure.
10.03 end of year budget stats
Of course.
and finance report?
Thank you.
And I'm assuming that's what this is?
Yes, I left you guys a little present when you were out getting your pictures
Oh,
taken.
you did. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So I was going to refer to that as the packet that you have on your desk. There is the actual F-196. It's what's turned into the state, what's reported to the state, and what I'm audited on every year that you guys will enjoy learning from the auditors when you're now on the audit committee. So that is the actual report. It's a whole bunch of pages, a whole bunch of numbers, but I think it's really good for you to be able to reference it and know where to look if you get questions, or if you, I know Katie and I had a conversation last week. She had some questions about forest revenue, and so I just want you to be able to refer to this and know where to go if you do have questions about where our money is coming from and how we're spending it. So I will, the first tab, I'll just kind of share with you how I'm thinking here. The green tab, well, first on the cover page here, it just will walk you through exactly what's included in the report. There's the balance sheets, where we're at with our fund balance, the comparison of budget to actual, and then really fun stuff like schedule of long-term liabilities. So what we have out there for vacation pay, retirement, sick leave, cash out, that kind of thing. That we keep track of that, and so that's on the books, and we at some point will have to pay that out to our employees. So we'll keep track of that, and that's about halfway through the report. But the green tab that I've noted here, that's where our revenues start, and that's a nice report that lists all the different types of funds that we receive, and then those would answer some of those questions that you had about our federal and our state timber revenues. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of get you familiar with that, and then of course the red tab is our expenditures, and it's listed here by activity and by object, which you'll also see in my report when we go through. And then it also lists our expenses by location in the very back, so if you're curious about that. The one thing about the expenditures by location, you'll see Seaview is very, very low. That has to do with all of our teachers moving back and forth last year from brick and mortar into Seaview, and I didn't change their contracts, and I didn't think about it being on this location, so that will change. That's definitely not an indication of the amount that we spent at Seaview, for sure. So, okay. So as we move through, go back to the presentation here. this is just the first slide is just a comparison between this year and last year. We did dip into fund balance both years. Last year especially was due to, both years was due to just different decisions we made with COVID and the different funding and dip in enrollment. We'll actually talk a little bit more about that in our next presentation as well. So the difference between budget and actuals here, you can see we budgeted to actually add to the fund balance, but moving into to last year with the lack of enrollment, the change of enrollment, and just what we weren't expecting, we were able to get as close as we were with this. With only a decrease in $680,000 to the fund balance due to ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. Those helped, we were able to offset that lack of enrollment with those two funds. So we have an ending fund balance of just over $4 million. So next slide. This general fund expenditure, this is a really pretty pie chart that just really explains all the different types of activities that we do in the district and how we track them. That is on that red tab that I referred to earlier. So you can see all of the different activities. I consolidated a lot of them so that you could see the percentages. And of course, most of our money is spent on teaching and teaching support at $35 million. Other support services, maintenance, grounds, administration, food service, transportation, utilities. Those are some of the bigger activities that are tracked there. Next slide. And then also, every month I do report with our object in that program and object a piece of of the report every month. This is just that broken down. So our certificated salaries at $23 million, classified salaries, employee benefits, supplies and materials, district-wide, purchase services, and travel. So again, the majority of our expenses is there on teachers and classified salaries. So as we move into fund balance, just what actually makes up that $4 million of fund balance. As you know, we have the minimum board fund balance policy of 4% of expenditures. And so that is 2.148 of our overall fund balance. We have an unassigned fund balance of 1.6. Restricted fund balances of 167,000, so that's just a carryover of LAP, very small carryover for CTE, because a lot of that was used last year because of a deficit. So, and then of course we have our inventory and food and fuel inventory of 94,000. That's what makes up our $4 million fund balance. So here I just listed each the ending fund balance of each fund. So ASB ended the year at $487,827, which is a very, very healthy fund balance. They were, like I think I mentioned to you, they were just freaking out because last year they didn't make as much as they spent. And I said, guys, we've got lots of money, it's okay. And so, but this dollar amount also includes scholarships and some of those funds that they give out every year. So it's probably a little higher than most because of the scholarships. Capital projects, of course, we've been in that 6.1 ending fund balance. And then debt services, and then transportation vehicle fund at the $378,000, which of course we already spent. And I think we have two more buses en route that Karen has planned, so that balance will be, we really want to spend that down as fast as we can so that it drops off the depreciation list and that we will receive more money to put towards more buses. So we don't like to have a good healthy fund balance in transportation. The one other thing I wanted to mention, there's one more page in your packet. It's called the Resource to Program. And it's just a loose page here. I wanted to walk you through this just so that you can see that we do track this and the state looks at these things. A couple things, what it's done, what this report does is it shows us exactly what we spend in a program and then where we've received the resources to cover those funds. So if you want to look down on, so special education, program 21, it's so funny, Pam always gets really frustrated with me. She's like, I hate it when they say I'm overspent. I'm like, you're not overspent, you're underfunded. So you can see $1 million had to come from other sources, which is our levy funds, to be able to cover our special ed expenses. So we, Pam runs a really, really clean, tight budget. And so even with that, with the mandates and everything that we need for our kids, it just definitely doesn't cover what we need it to. So that was one of the major programs I wanted to point out that you can see. You can also see on the back page in pupil transportation how we were underfunded by $341,000, and that was based on the ridership and how it was funded last year. And they guaranteed that that won't happen again this year. So I just thought this was a really useful report, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't in the it's a supplemental report and it's not in the big packet. So I think it's really important for you guys to understand where the funding, how it actually equates to our expenses. So, any questions on that?
That's really good.
Of course, thank you. Okay, so moving forward, talked a little bit about budget. We're already going to start up again and waiting to hear what the legislature's doing and how we'll be funded moving forward. Next year we have our plan with our, the ESSER dollars and just how that will work with our budget, and we'll continue to walk you through that and walk you through our plan. I think Marty and I are going to talk a little bit more about and share an ESSER update, and that's that's all I have for that.
Thanks, Kira.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? Thank you, Kira.
Yeah, thank
You
you.
worked very hard tonight.
Thank you. It's not done.
No, we got Scott coming up, huh?
Yeah, and then Kara gets to get back up.
Yeah.
Now go sit down and rest your little piggies for a while.
That's what I am, voice. I'm excited for your reports.
All right, Mr. Harper's going to talk to us about public records.
All right, so I'm going to be doing the end of the year public records report, and so I would say that 2021 was a typical year. I received 21 total public records requests. They come from individuals, they come from companies, they come from attorneys. Quite honestly, the majority of them really aren't public records requests. They tend to be information requests. 9 of the 26 were student records requests, looking for their transcripts, looking for diplomas. So, but they come to public records, and that's what we do. But of the ones that are public records, we see things that are directory information, someone's looking for bus video, district policy. And so, like I said, it was a pretty typical year in terms of the volume. What's going to be different here in the future is how my department handles them. Alita Ansdell, who was my public records assistant, has left for another job, and so what we have done is we've reorganized my department. And so we now have 2 full-time people, so Teresa Archibald, and then we just hired Audrey Thornburg, and the 2 of them are going to be splitting the duties of public record in addition to HR stuff. So Teresa will be the classified expert, Audrey will be working with certificated, but both of them are going to be public records assistants, and so then getting them trained up as to how this all goes about. And so that's going to be a challenge for us, but we'll get it done. And so that's it. Questions?
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
For taking care of all this.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Didn't give her
that.
much of a break.
I told her.
Huh?
Nothing, Sandy, I was just, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, enough to go for.
So now we're gonna look at our ESSER financial update with our superintendent and finance committee person.
Have to change your voice.
Okay. Kind of adopted this, the binder thing. I learned that from Chuck Liss. He would always come up with this binder, and it's helpful. All right. Okay, so first slide. This is a look. This is a look at. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. All right. So this is a look at the fund balances and the fund balances of all of the districts on the peninsula through ESD 114. And there in yellow is, of course, our district. And we really want to point out just the decrease in fund balance for 2 years in a row and how that compares to some of those other districts. Here you can see it just kind of goes across for ending fund balances in 17, 18, all the way to last year, ending in last year at our 4 million, which I just shared with you in our report. So that's a total of 7.6% of our overall operating expenses. And you can see how that really, how that differs from the rest of the districts on the peninsula. Their fund balances are quite a bit heftier than ours, and there's a reason for that. Mr. Brewer?
Yeah, so I think the key takeaways here are obviously anytime you lose enrollment, it has a significant impact to your bottom line. And over the course of the last 2 years, we have lost a better part of about 215 students. Now, our slow erosion of loss started actually before COVID. So loss of enrollment impacts districts fairly significantly. Now, as Kira referenced, for 2 consecutive years, our district has dipped into fund balance in the form of somewhere between $1.3 and $1.4 million. And that comes by way of two reasons. One, our priority the last couple of years, in particular last year, was bringing students back early into in-person learning. If you remember last year, we started bringing back SPED students mid-September, and on October 5th, we brought back kindergartners, and we kept building from there. Our secondary students came back then at semester time. I think the date was January 29th and February 5th, if I remember right. So that's much earlier than many of our peers in this area. Now, Clallam County was a little bit of an exception. Forks and Crescent and Sequim and PA, we really led the initiative of bringing students back early. Okay? Kitsap County, Mason County, not so much. And so we all know from our experience last year that when you're operating a hybrid model, it was incredibly expensive because we were running buses, sometimes 4 times a day. And we had very minimal support last year based on the ridership around funding for transportation. So simply put, our district is going to experience potentially more regression in a fund balance when you make the priority of returning students to school, and that's a more expensive model to operate. Many of the schools that you see, and many of the schools across the state of Washington, did not return to school until April 19th of last year, and that's when the governor ordered schools to be back in session. We were months ahead of that. And it comes at a cost. And so you will see a regression of enrollment, or excuse me, a regression of ending fund balance. The second piece that really impacted our fund balance last year was we made a conscious choice. When I say we, board, superintendent, we made a conscious choice to not lay anybody off. And there were many districts in our region and beyond that laid staff off when they were in a remote setting. We didn't do that. Why? One, we thought last September that we wanted our kids back in school, and two, we really knew that it wasn't the right time and place. In the middle of a pandemic wasn't the time nor the place to reduce staff, okay, and lay people off. So those two pieces come at a more premium cost than you might see with some other school districts that maybe added to fund balance over the last couple of years. We haven't been able to do that.
Next slide. So one of the challenges and one of the issues that we have with a declining fund balance is cash flow. So you can see, and this is a slide you guys are pretty familiar with. We look at this every month. As we move through the year with our apportionment and our revenue payments, we're paid at a different amount every year. And I know I've shared this with you for off and on throughout over the last few years. But as you can see, the black line, that's last year. We started the year at 4.7 million. We get different percentages of our apportionment from the state. And it fluctuates based on our tax payments. So when we receive our October and our April tax payments. And then it dips down, and you remember last June when we dipped all the way down to 1.5 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, that is really that's the end of the federal fiscal year. And so they kind of want to hold on to as much of their funds before July. So their percentage is lower in June. So that really puts us in a tough spot as far as making sure we have enough money to pay those bills. We have to watch that we have that. So a fund balance itself isn't a savings account. It's a way to pay bills. So we really have to watch that and watch that cash flow. And so making sure that we have a fund balance and enough to pay those bills is crucial.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a little to that. So just drawing a connection to last year and this year. So the black line represents last year's fund balance, month to month. And at the beginning of the year, the lines are off a little bit, but that black dot, the first black dot in September there represents $4.8 million. That was our starting point last year. This year, our starting point is $4 million. So you can just run the math, okay? If we don't pay attention to our fund balance now, it will be too late 10 months from now. Because if we set at a $4.8 million fund balance in September of last year, and we were at 1.5 in June, you can do the math.
Yep.
And that puts us at, somewhere around $700,000 to $800,000 in June if we don't pay attention to it now. So I'm challenging the board tonight to, pay attention to that, and let's start to work to resolve our fund balance issues before it becomes a point where we can't recover. But we have a solution. So last year during the budget planning cycle, we estimated enrollment at 3,235 students. And remember, our conversation last spring, we talked about setting that very low. In fact, that 3,235 students represented a number less than what our average was last year. But we wanted to, rather than spend the whole year trying to catch up, we wanted to start with the low point and at least have a number to work off of, so we're not working month to month to play catch up with fund balance. So I think it was a wise decision of the board to set that at 3,235 students, even though we figured we were going to start with more students than that this year. Our actual enrollment, our average right now is 3,402. Now, that's basically, it's not final. It doesn't become final until June. Okay, it's a 10-month average. So right now, the good news is we have 167 students more than we budgeted. It's great news. There are districts across our state that don't have an increase in enrollment this year, which creates another significant challenge. So that's really good news for the Port Angeles School District. Those 167 students represent about approximately $1.4 billion in apportionment that we stand to gain based on that average if it maintains. So, what do we do with that? I think it's really, really important, as we just spoke about fund balance, that we start to address our fund balance issue with the additional apportionment that's come to our district, that will come to our district by way of the additional enrollment. Now it just works out, if you look at the last 2 years, to maintain our commitment to students and to staff, we've spent between 1.3 and 1.4 of our fund balance. Just happens to work out that that's about what we look to gain this year by our increase. So when I recommend tonight, I'm going to recommend that the board makes a commitment tonight to replace that fund balance that we've lost the last 2 years to maintain that commitment to staff and to students. The next slide here references, references the importance of the ESSER funds. You can see that by year, the grade year is 2018-19, and then you can see the first line is enrollment, then you have certificated instructional staff, and then you have classified staff. If you note, in 2018-19, we had 3,548 students. At that time, we had 248 instructional staff and 170 classified staff. So you can see how that plays out in the remaining 3 years. Pre-COVID, the 19-20 school year, we had 3,520 students. We had 244 instructional staff, and we had 160 classified staff. Today, which is looks like a yellow kind of tone, we have 3,402 students, as you note, which is about 116 less of what we had pre-COVID. But the kicker here is we have more instructional staff than we had pre-COVID with more students, and we have more classified staff than we had pre-COVID with more students. Now that number does not include the classified staff, does not include the 5.67 positions that are currently posted that we haven't been able to fill just yet. As a superintendent, this makes me a little bit nervous, I'll be honest, because we can't sustain, okay? So this tells the picture to all of us that without the ESSER funds, this is not possible. And so maintaining that commitment to staff and to students now to help with, as you listen to Franklin tonight, and you listen to the CSIPs tonight, that incredible need in our schools, we have to invest in it now. And using the ESSER funds to keep our staff high, class size low, and program supports for students is incredible. But we have to all know in this room now tonight that we can't sustain that. Without the ESSER funds, a lot of these supports will need to go away.
Okay, so a little bit more about ESSER. And this slide talks about all of our ESSERs, the ESSER funds that we've received. We received ESSER 1 back right after we started hearing word of it, right, during the pandemic, during the beginning. So we started collecting those funds at the end of 1920 and then into the beginning of last year. ESSER 1 was a little bit different. We were able to collect that, most of the 1.1 million was collected on lost revenue. That was a claim. Instead of us spending money to get the money, we actually just claimed the lost revenue. So all of that was fully claimed last year. And then moving into ESSER 2, we used a lot of ESSER 2 based on the ESSER guidelines to offset some of our expenses that we had to not dip too far into our fund balance. So here we've just, we had that full allocation of 4.8 million. The district receives indirects. We take indirects on all of our grants. An indirect is it's not a direct expense, so it helps pay to process anything in business services, to process the claims, to keep the lights on, to keep, there's just anything that's not a direct expense. It's based on a percentage that the feds actually give us. They give us that indirect percentage based on our a lot of different things, our spending. And so they look at, they tell us how much they feel that we would need in indirects, and we use that percentage to offset some of those expenses. So that's a piece of the grant that we don't plan to spend. We just receive those in reimbursements.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, yeah. So going into the beginning of last year, then we were at 4 million. We spent a total of 1.6, just over 1.6 million in 2021, leaving us with 2.4 moving into the 2021 school year. We planned on, this is really how we balanced the budget this year, is we planned on those key positions that we know that we were going to need moving into this year. We didn't, based on our enrollment, we didn't want to let go of those critical positions like counselors and nurses and those positions that the state doesn't fully fund us at. So we kept those contracts whole with ESSER 2. And that was something we talked about in the budget process, and we made that decision as we moved through budget. So that total was 1.7 for salary and benefits. We knew that we were going to need tents for bad weather, for the kids to be able to eat outside, for different things to go on, continue teaching outside. So those tents are here, and they're being put up out around the district. But those were expensive, $120,000, because they needed to be really big, sturdy tents that I budgeted another $200,000 for anticipated extra staffing costs for professional development, just anything that might come up that we needed those funds for. And then, of course, our Chromebooks, our next round of our 5-year plan to replace those Chromebooks. So that's also in that. So you can also see I broke down in 2021 our exact ESSER costs of how we So our different ESSER costs, we had $428,000 in related bargaining costs, our nurses and counselors, some of our administrative costs, classroom supplies, maintenance, and then last year's Chromebook replacement was of the $405,000. So that's a breakdown of the 2021 expenses, just in case you're wondering exactly what we spent our ESSER 2 dollars on. Okay, so now moving into ESSER 3. We have a very specific plan of how we are going to spend ESSER 3. Here you can see we have a total of 9.8 million, and we have until 2024 to spend these funds. Indirects of 1.3, that's a total of 8.5 million. We budgeted half for this year and half for next year of that 8.5 million. So for this year, for the 4.2, there's very specific things that we have been directed by the state that we can spend those funds on. So Jenny, next slide. The objectives of the grant, obviously, safely keep schools open and sustain a safe operation for students and staff. Address the learning loss and the impact of the pandemic. So there is one different requirement about ESSER 3 that there hasn't been in ESSER 1 or ESSER 2. And that's, we have to spend 20% of those funds to address student learning loss for recovery and acceleration. Obviously, our plan is, we're spending probably 90% of it on that, so our plan is to spend more, but these are the allowable activities under ESSER 3, you can see those listed there, and those come right out of the form package that we submitted and that we attested that we would spend these dollars on.
So the next slide references what the proposed plan is this evening for you to adopt around the $4.2 million of ESSER 3 funds. So what I've outlined to our building leaders and other employee groups that these funds are really to be allocated to meet the demand and the need within our schools this year and next year around extra staffing, supplies, materials, etc. So we're asking that building leadership teams, which include principals, teachers, classified staff, and I've asked for parent rep to be on those as well. They come up with a plan, because for us at the board level, or for me at the superintendent level, to determine what's the best strategy to address learning loss in our schools, I'm not the most apt to be able to do that. But these leadership teams that operate, that built the CSIPs that you've approved the last 2 meetings, they know the need. And so we've really challenged each of our building leadership teams to come up with, what do you need? And you heard a lot of references to the needs tonight during the CSIP presentations. So what's come to us at this point in time that we have approved is, one, we replaced the high poverty LAP dollars. So high poverty LAP dollars is a significant amount of funds that goes to primarily our elementary schools, and it's hundreds of thousands of dollars for some of our elementary schools. And so what ends up happening is when your enrollment goes down, your high poverty LAP goes down. So we've used some of the ESSER funds to backfill that to make their high poverty LAP whole this year. We've also allocated some resources to materials, supplies, and operating cost funds for just supplies and materials in our schools. Those 2 first line items add up to approximately $500,000. We plan on paying, and we haven't reached agreement with all of our bargaining groups just yet, but we plan on paying COVID leave for staff, which will come at a cost, which I think is the fair thing to do for our employees that are working so hard for us this year in the middle of a pandemic. We have tentatively approved a family navigator van. What's ended up happening is we do have vans, but that's taken away from other transportation needs. And so, as you saw on the previous slide, support of mental health services and navigator would fall under that. So that would be an allowable expense. An elementary track for outside PE. We're pushing PE outside this year. And so we do have one elementary school that doesn't have a track. And so tentatively approved that. We have approved 7 elementary teachers. Now, the slide I shared with you earlier with regards to staffing, none of that, this page is not included in that. So this is in addition to what you saw as far as our staffing pre and post COVID, or pre and within COVID. So we have approved 7 elementary teachers to help with additional supports in math and reading, 2 elementary teachers to support lower class sizes, and you heard that tonight in the CSIPs, 2 elementary teachers to support wellness rooms, 2 secondary math teachers to support additional help in mathematics, 2 secondary behavior support specialists, and currently 7 elementary paras for instructional support. And so that starts to address some of that $4.2 million that we have for ESSER 2 funds. So looking forward, and what I'm really bringing to you tonight is for your consideration is the goals that I have, and we'll see whether you agree with this or not, is one, I think we take the apportionment that is in the form of today about $1.4 million, and we plan to replace those dollars that we've allocated above revenue the last 2 consecutive years. I think we use the ESSER 3 funds to sustain and enhance educational program, as I just referenced on the previous slide. And we keep class sizes low. And so you can see, and every class size is a little bit different. These are averages, okay? And so if you take a look, you can see that we've made a really conscious effort this year to keep our class sizes low to help address the number of issues that are occurring, in any given class in our school district. Because if you, and Mary, you've been a teacher, I mean, class size matters when you have high needs, and this year we have a lot of students with high needs. And so those would be the goals that I would ask you for consideration this evening. Questions?
Well, I have more of a comment. I have been sitting here silent since I heard the reports of the elementary buildings. I am alarmed, and I had no idea that we had the mental health, behavior problems, the counseling needs that I saw on each of those C6 tonight, and the low scores of students will be dramatic all through our system if it's not corrected and remediated now in elementary. We know that by 3rd grade, if we have not remediated students, it's not likely that they will catch up. And these ESSER funds are speaking to a specific need, and I saw tonight that it is our need. And so I just, this could not have come at a better time when we clearly saw dramatic losses for our early childhood, and we cannot. I have had great pride in our schools' ability to bring students that are low poverty up to high achieving students. That has been our expectation in this district. I do not see that happening without supports like small class size. And I know these sizes are way under what have been negotiated. I mean, I was a teacher with large class sizes and always wished I could have numbers like this. But even as a negotiating item, I know that we expect a range higher than this. But right now, we need this if we're going to reach those students. So I don't really have a question, but I had an urgency to make a comment about that, because now is the time to use these funds that have been designated for student catch-up remediation. The need is very clear right now. So I just wanted to make that statement.
I'd like to ask you, Marty, since this is an action item, we are going to vote on this tonight.
Yes, I would appreciate that.
All right. So could we have a motion and then discussion?
I would love to move this, that we accept this, that we approve the PASD ESSER financial update and plan.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we approve this plan. Any discussion?
I know that when when I first came on, Marty sat me down with Kara and told me about, the general fund balance. I think at the time it was 5.4 or something like that, which Marty specifically told me was what we need to run the school for a month. And I thought that was a great number. We have 30 days if all goes wrong to keep all of our bills paid and keep the school running. And in the last 2 years, we've been running less than that. And if you look at us compared to other districts that are gaining, like even Cape Flattery is gaining $1 million a year, that was my alma mater. They're gaining $1 million a year over the last 3 years, and we're decreasing by almost that much. And it's a little alarming to think that we would be that in June we'd be under $1 million in our general fund. So I think the budget that we created with enrollment beginning of the year is going to work in our favor, and we should capitalize on that.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I think this plan looks really good. This is, I agree with you, Mary, it's a once in a lifetime so far. Let's hope the pandemic someday goes away. But it's a really once in a lifetime recognition by a lot of people that we can't let this happen to our children. We must address it now. We have to. Morally and every other way, we have got to get this taken care of. And I'm very thankful also for these ESSER funds. You know, sometimes federal funds are so apportioned in such a strange way that you can't spend them in the way you need to spend them. I also want to compliment you, Marty, of going to those learning teams in each school, because you're right, that if anybody knows what they need, they know what they need. And it looks good to me. I'm very pleased with it, and I like putting that 1.4 back into our fund balance, because I get very nervous when it's not up to what it's supposed to be.
And many of us have still the PTSD of when the legislature cut our funding in the middle of the year. And I'm never going to get over that. If I have a chance to protect some money, I'm absolutely going to be for that when we're doing the right things for our kids on top of it. Because, yeah, this ESSER fund, they're going to give it to us, but what if they decide they're not? Because they've done that. And I don't want to be on, I want to be on the more conservative edge of that, so we can use this, parse it out through the years to make sure we're getting those kids back up to scratch.
And that leaves us 4.2 for 22-23.
Yeah, and that is true. We can budget 4.2 of ESSER $3 for next budget cycle. It's not going to go as far, because this year we're using 2.4 of the ESSER 2. And so, you know, it's going to be more challenging next year. It's still a lot of money, but there's going to be more challenges with that because we don't have the ESSER 2 funds to start with.
Hopefully we have made enough progress this year with the ESSER 2 funds, and that the students have begun to recover. I mean, this is just me hoping that we have less recovery to do in the following year. So.
I also know the unpredictability of populations, and things are hard here. People are hard hit, find homes. There's a lot of factors that influence our student enrollment, and I think that that's another factor that we can't predict.
Although I'm very thankful we did get, what, 167 back?
Yeah.
I'm shocked to tell you the truth, and I'm very glad. And I was interested, and I am continuing to be interested in following those children that leave us.
And the one thing about the return of enrollment, if you really look deeper within the numbers, we have approximately 100 students in Seaview that are out of district. So that's been a net gain for our district. So really, in theory, the students that I'm going to make a generalization, and it's not perfect, but, sorry. So really, with 100 students, give or take, coming from out of district that are new to us, and having 167 new students to our district, our students that left because of COVID haven't really returned yet, to, even a 50% at this point in time. So you're right, Mary, where that goes from here, we don't know. Seaview has been a saving grace for us to bring in additional revenue to offset some of our revenue versus expenditure issues. Now, I'm going to say one more thing, that within the next 6 months or so, this board is going to, when you're looking at that cash flow issue, and we have a policy that defines 4% of
expenditures as a minimum fund balance, which Kara references $2.1 million. I can't see a time when our end of year fund balance can set at $2.1 million and we can make bills in, April, May, or June. So we're gonna have a serious conversation around what does a minimum fund balance look like that's considered healthy for this community and the school community based on data. So we're gonna have to look at that. That's policy driven, in my opinion, over the next 6 months or so.
Any other discussion?
No, that being that it's from our building leadership teams, it feels like it's the right thing to do.
Well, the comment I'd like to make with that is that the teachers are giving the input to them about what their needs are. And I heard a loud cry through a teacher's voice about the difficulties they're having with instruction because of the behavior and the emotional, and that's not something we've ever had to deal with to this. This is new territory.
And,
I lost my train of thought, I apologize.
That's right. All I was saying is that I support this because I appreciate that you have taken the leadership team's input, and I think that hearing from them directly is what I need in order to support this. So that's all I was trying to say. So thank you for doing that.
I agree.
I also think that increasing staff size, adding teachers, and support staff, emotional, as well as just as paras for education, and certificated staff, all of that is going to help relieve the challenging burden that teachers are facing right now as well. Because I know it's hard in the classroom. I know it's hard in the schools. It's been awkward and difficult and scary for a year, 2 years now. And so having more hands at the task should make this easier on them as well.
Anybody want to call a question?
I'll call a question.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we approve our school system's ESSER 3, ESSER funds, not just 3, financial update. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Where do you go? Thank you, Carol. All right. Okay, now we're going to move into some policy work. We're at 12.03, approval of the second reading of policy 007.
12.02.
Oh, did I miss one? I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, not one to miss. Excuse me. Approval of travel calendar day recognitions proclamation. We discussed this in our equity meeting, in our tribal government to government meeting. Marty, would you like to talk about this?
Yeah, we had the two proclamations that Jonathan Arakawa had put together, and the tribal council and Francis had taken a look at that, and we thought it wise to add, all of the tribal holidays and celebrations. Not that we will observe these on a district calendar as a day off, but our staff then we can promote and understand the need for celebrations, and from time to time we won't be making calls to say, where are your children today, out of respect for the culture of the tribal community. So this will help us with that regard, and also give us time to prepare for, the appropriate celebrations, throughout the year. So
Okay,
my
so
recommendation to the board is to pass this proclamation to be a standing proclamation for our school system, so that we can recognize those days outlined in this proclamation moving forward.
okay, I think we might should read this. Would one of our students want to read this?
Oh, he doesn't have it.
It's on the board.
Can you read that? No?
Okay, so Tribal Calendar Days. Whereas the Port Angeles School District recognizes the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe as a sovereign nation who values its ancestors, elders, children, and whole members. And whereas the Port Angeles School District recognizes the importance of honoring Indigenous history, traditions, languages, and cultures of Indigenous people in the district, local area, state of Washington, United States, and around the world. And where the Port Angeles School District joins the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe in celebration and recognition of its Clallam history, traditions, language, and cultures. And whereas the Port Angeles School District will recognize and honor the following dates to join a larger movement to see more complete, respectful, and accurate history of Indigenous people in our educational systems and overall society. And whereas the Port Angeles School District is committed to acknowledging the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe and all Native American peoples' commitment to remembering their past, honoring their ancestors, and preserving and revitalizing their culture and heritage, which have sustained them since time immemorial as Indigenous Clallam tribal people. And whereas Port Angeles School District is committed to work in consultation with the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe to provide education to staff, families, and students on the Clallam people and all Native Indigenous peoples in the state of Washington and the United States, further advancing classes like taught at Port Angeles High School, Native American Studies, Washington State Tribes, and United States history from the Native perspective. And whereas the Port Angeles School District is committed to bringing forth and advocate for truth, reconciliation, and healing for Indigenous communities by accurately and truthfully sharing their story with the expertise of Clallam/Native educators working in the school district and the tribe as part of its memorandum of understanding. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Port Angeles School District hereby proclaims the following tribal calendar days to be recognized by the Port Angeles School District as respective days to be honored among all staff and students of the Port Angeles School District. Treaty Day, January 26th. Proclamation Day, Billy Frank Jr., March 9th. Native American Day, always the second Monday of May. Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day, May 5th. Orange Shirt Day, Residential Boarding School, September 30th. Indigenous Peoples Day, always the second Monday of October. Now therefore be it further proclaimed that the Port Angeles School District strongly encourages our staff and community to observe these dates and to recognize the importance of Indigenous peoples' histories, traditions, cultures, and languages which have thrived and lived here since time immemorial. Proclaimed this 9th day of December 2021.
Thank you so much. Well done. And well written. Who wrote this?
Jonathan Arakawa did.
Did Jonathan write this?
Our staff.
It's beautifully written.
I'm
Francis,
sorry.
thank you.
I apologize, I missed that.
It
Thank
is
you.
really nicely written.
It is. It's well done. Now, do we need to vote on the proclamation?
Yes.
Okay.
I will
Do I
move.
hear?
I will move it. Has it been moved?
No.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the board accepts this proclamation of tribal calendar days. Is there any further discussion?
I would just like to say that as principal at Dry Creek, it was very important to me that this has been done because students would miss on certain days and we had no knowledge. It was our error in not culturally recognizing these dates, and I became to know them, and I'm really pleased that this has been happening.
Good.
That's my comment.
Good. Any other comments?
My comment is that I really appreciate that we discussed it in our meeting and then here it is. So the action has been taken and I really appreciate that.
Yes, me
Yeah.
too.
So thank you.
Anything else? Okay, then we'll take a vote. All in favor of the approval of tribal calendar day recognition proclamation, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Carmen, for presenting us with this. And please tell Jonathan thank you too. Okay, I'm so sorry that I'm getting kind of cross-eyed up here. Okay, so now now we're at 12.03, and we'll be looking at policies now. This is the approval of second reading for policy 0007, equity policy.
I will move this
Oh,
policy.
I'm so glad.
I found one error in the.
I do too.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And we'll just tell Jenny and she'll change that word, or a word.
You could mention the edit so we would note that in the board minutes.
The edit is on line 6. Develop, strike the word of. Develop a culturally responsive communications.
That was exactly what I found.
Okay.
Good.
Great one.
Okay, so with that done, all in favor of the second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Excuse me. Now, so it passes. We worked hard on that.
High five back there.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you for your hard work.
It's very nice.
I think it will be a model for others.
There's the sausage,
Yeah.
and everyone got to see us make it.
Yes.
I know, it's wonderful.
Move fast.
Okay. Now we move on to 12.04, approval of the second reading of policy 5610, substitute employment. Do I hear a movement?
I would move to approve this.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this policy? No discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Jenny, did you get that?
Yep.
Okay, we move to 12.05, approval of first reading of policy 2195, academic acceleration for high school students to academic acceleration.
It's basically just a change of title.
That's kind of, okay. All right, do I hear a motion?
I'll move.
It's been moved. Second. Any discussion? Okay. Any questions? All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We'll move to now to 12.06, approval of the first reading policy 4050, data sharing with local tribes.
I move to approve this.
I second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
I'm sorry, who moved in second?
I moved and.
I second.
And Mary seconded.
Thank you.
Are we good?
Yep.
Okay. 12.07, approval of the first reading of policy 2409, world language mastery-based credit. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Approval of the first reading of policy 3411, accommodating students with seizure disorders.
I move to approve this policy.
Second.
Okay, so moved and seconded. Any discussion? I did have one question about this. If we have students, when we have students with seizure disorders, that's a really difficult issue. And I know the teachers are made aware, am I right? And the staff that works with the child. Do they have any special training that they have to take?
If it's written in the healthcare plan, the nurse would take the lead and work with the impacted staff around safety strategies for student safety.
Okay, because it can be quite scary.
But it's based on, it used to be back in the day where the whole staff was trained. It's based on who has
Who is the contact?
connection with that student.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes. 12.09, approval of the first reading of policy 3246, restraint, isolation, and other uses of reasonable force. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve this.
Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? And this is mainly for special ed or for anybody?
It could be both.
Both? Okay.
This is all students, including those with an IEP.
Okay. All right, any other questions, discussion? Yes.
Yeah, just, I thought that the language in it seemed to be more appropriate than the old policy. And
Yeah.
it made more sense to me.
Yeah,
It
me
made,
too.
it sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? It empowered our staff to be able to do what needed to be done. And so I'm in favor of this.
This is always, I used to teach special ed teachers, and this has always been a changing kind of policy issue throughout the country, so.
Yep.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. I mean, I didn't oppose, I meant I agree. So the motion passes, and then we're at 12:10. This is the approval to retire the former policy 3247, isolation and restraining of students with IEP in section 504.
I'll move this.
I'll second.
Okay.
Retirement.
Uh-huh. And you seconded, Katie?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion passes. And now we're at 12.11, approval of the first reading of policy 5515, workforce secondary traumatic stress. Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve this.
I second.
Okay, any discussion?
I had to do some reading about what exactly is secondary traumatic stress.
I did too.
I was like, what?
This, I had not heard of it before, but I certainly
It,
see a need.
it makes sense.
Yeah, once
Oh,
I read
yeah.
about it, I got it, so I absolutely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Everybody's under stress these
Yeah.
It's
days.
good, yeah, it's good to
All
acknowledge.
employees. It doesn't matter where you work in the school district.
Yep, acknowledge this very
This is,
care.
Well, and this is if you would say you have a student
Uh-huh.
and you're very close to a student, and they have a really horrible thing.
Right.
And what that does to your
It
body.
does, it's real, well, we all
You
know
need
that.
to just
We've all suffered
Yep.
from that, I think.
pay
It was
attention to that.
even like within your family or
Mhm.
whatever section. All right, so, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. That brings us to community comments, and we have, I can't read this.
John Henry.
Oh. There, excuse me, John. Okay, so, here we are. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm John Henry. I live at 1315 South B, PAA president. You've heard stories about the challenges. I know you've all heard stories about the challenges, and I hear lots of stories about the challenges. Para shortages, you know, you hear para shortages, that impacts those. That work needs to be done. That work needs to be done by my members, right, to fill in that slack. So, I just want to talk a little bit about, and I don't know if you're aware, but you know, I switched, from a bargaining, more of a relaxed bargaining strategy to a more formalized bargaining strategy, and just want to explain kind of why I wanted to move that more. And part of it is, you know, those stories. I live those stories too, right? I work. I have, you know, Algebra 1, repeat algebra, calculus, pre-calculus, character strong, trying to deliver that in my advisory. And so, you know, even though classes are smaller, they can be really challenging, especially as calculus kids. It's tough. But also, it's about clear language that I can clearly communicate to my members. So you have the impression that, money got out of the buildings, all staff had this opportunity to really look at that. But I can assure you, there are my members in buildings that aren't aware that money is being spent. It just maybe depends on how that was discussed with the building leadership teams, maybe small groups of teachers. Doesn't necessarily get communicated. I need clear language that I can clearly communicate. I sent out a vague, general message to members about what it is, but without clear language, I can't clearly communicate with my members. I see that we allocated for 7 paras, right, positions in different schools, which is great, but there's already unfilled positions, so it's just going to add to the unfilled positions, not necessarily going to help my members. So I just want the district to bargain with us. I can't tell you how disheartening it is to reach out to members, go out and work with my leadership team, craft language, present it out there, and then just have a lot of it just struck through and say, we don't want to talk about it, because we don't want to talk about it bargaining. I need them to talk with us so we can develop clean language that I can clearly communicate to my members so that we can make better decisions. I appreciate the work they're doing. I appreciate the efforts they're taking and the money that's being spent. But I need a little bit more so I can better communicate that so we can find even better solutions. So that's my main thing. I just want to make sure we reach out to the district and try to get them back to the table and talking with us, try to find the solutions, and so we can find equitable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think that's it.
Okay. So that brings us down to board comments, and
Did you sign up?
I did, but I think I put myself on the wrong list.
Oh.
who is tonight? I don't see.
Christine? Heather.
Oh, Heather, oh.
Okay.
Oh, you're on the volunteer.
Sandy, would you remind me, is it 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
I got a timer.
It's not on there?
No, I'm so sorry. My name's Heather Tederness. It's like bitterness, but with a T. I live at A3 Island View in Port Angeles, and I work at Stevens Middle School as a science teacher for 7th and 8th grade. Previous to that, I worked at Roosevelt Elementary as a Resource 2 teacher for the first 3 years of my career, and then over at Stevens for Resource Math for 7th and 8th grade. And I'm not going to waste I don't mean waste time, but it's late. You guys have sat here for a really long time. I just would like to say that in terms of contract language, we have crafted great language for all of our teachers. However, special education is a little different. And we work a little different, even though I don't do it anymore. The workload that is required, that's mandated by state and federal law, forces a special education teacher to stay after their contract time. They're not paid for it. General education teacher stays past their contract time. They can timesheet it. So I think for equity and for the benefit and the holistic feeling and consideration and respect, it'd be so nice if we could meet again.
I'm sorry, if you could what?
If we could meet again at the table. That's all. Thank you for having me.
Thank
Heather.
you. Thank you for coming. Anybody else that I missed? All right, so it's time to talk about Wattsville. So, I know that Mary was there,
I was digital.
Jake was here, I was here, Sarah was there, and Katie was there, correct? So, one of the ones who were there report first, and then we'll talk about the virtual meeting. Okay. Sarah, you want to start?
You know, generally, I found the format to be a little bit more disconcerting. There was a lot of time spent the first day sitting, listening to those keynote speakers, if you will. So I tended, after a while, it was like, I'm having trouble concentrating on that. So the second day was better, I think, in terms of we got to go to different places. I think a lot of us ended up with the same one that sort of interested us. Mostly it was, yeah, it's too late and I'm a little bit,
Okay.
I'm a little bit.
There you go.
So I'm gonna let the other people who were there, who probably have much better notes than Arnett's.
Okay, let's see. One of my biggest takeaways was that I was able to make connections with over a dozen different school boards, just a single school board director, and I would sit and chat and we'd exchange stories of what's happening in our districts, and I felt like that was a huge part of this conference. And so many school districts are struggling either financially or with learning loss or the mental health issues of kids, and so just kind of having that opportunity was really valuable to hear what was going on in different schools. And as Mary saw, I love to show people the picture of our bus. So I was like, oh, look at our bus. And to watch their jaws drop.
Our known Port Angeles band.
That's our own. Let's see, I attended the law school. It was a law session. The first day, I think it was 5 or 6 hours. There was oh, it's escaping me, the name of the lady from, she was from the federal education system, and she was there, and she went through basically all the different lawsuits that were happening across the United States and which cases they weigh in on. And the one that she went most in depth with had to do with student speech and talking about kind of this social media issue that we are up against, with kind of the blurred line between what is considered on campus and off campus when it comes to kids posting and things like that. So then the different cases that have come along with that. So that was really fascinating. See, I have lots of notes from the law school, but I'm going to stop there. Oh, they also talked a lot about SPED and COVID cases and how those are playing out. So let's see, I went to the Roberts Rules of Order.
You're going to be a good parliamentarian.
Right?
That's good.
Yeah, and
keep us on the straight and narrow.
that's right. And then I did some great sessions in equity. So yeah, that's my takeaways. So.
Mary?
This has been a heavy agenda tonight for my first meeting.
Yeah.
Yes, it has. Trial by fire.
But I will address the one that I went to was a boot camp for new school board members. So I'll just share my boot camp. It'll be a refresher, I know, for all of you. But the ways that we govern as a school board to set the vision, mission, strategic goals, to review, revise, adopt policies. We certainly did that tonight. Oversee the budget. That was a difficult discussion for me. And I think that, it just is a big reminder that we're elected to represent the entire school district and the best interests of all students. To monitor our district's progress, we saw some great CSIP, and we can't address honestly if we don't know where we're starting, and I feel that was a big lesson for me tonight. also the knowing how to look at disaggregated data, and I've had experience with that, and serve as community representatives. And of course, the important one, to hire and evaluate our superintendent. I feel that some of the challenges that as individual members, we have no power or authority. We are grouped together to make these decisions. And to recognize the differences between setting policy, which is our job, and administering schools. I was wanting to solve a lot of problems sitting here today, but that's the superintendent's job. So, and they gave us some opportunities to do role playing, and that was valuable also. But a couple of the takeaways that I really like is I have this lovely 3-page list of Washington State education acronyms and terminology.
Oh, good.
And so if any of you need a new one, it is really nice to be able to look up quickly when you've given a set of 3 or 4 letters and you just aren't sure you can get them all. And also the Washington School Board standards, I have to say I had not really looked at those before, and it's good work. So that would be the major one, that I was at this for like 4 hours to be brought on board.
Good, good. Jake, what'd you think?
Well, Katie, I'm really glad that you brought up the connections that you made when you were there. Because to me, that describes being able to take the temperature of what else is happening in other districts.
Yeah.
And I can honestly say that I made a mistake. I thought I was making a good decision to be able to attend this conference and be able to get some good quality time with my family and be around. I will definitely be attending this in person next year, because that is just as important as the information I was getting. It's good information. I don't particularly enjoy watching people sell me curriculum. I don't think it's that important or interesting. What I appreciated was what I was able to, the sessions I attended, as well as thank you, Jenny, for posting all of them, because I've been starting to just go through them. If they're available, I'm going to listen to a lot of these breakout sessions, and I have been. I got into the effective capital bond program, which I think that me and Marty kind of talked about, putting our heads together and starting, getting good ideas. So when that time comes, we're all ready. I know Marty's already ready, but I'm getting ready as well. And then I really like the Roberts Rule of Order.
Yeah.
I was trying to just bone up on things that I realized that I was very lacking in. And you got your book now, so that's cool. So we have a reference point. And I realized that I'm a little uneducated in how this is supposed to work, and I need to correct that. I was on ASB in high school, and that was the last time I sat in a meeting with Robert's Rules of Order, and that's embarrassing. So what I also learned from that particular breakout session was that we have gotten by because we're a pretty agreeable board. But if it ever got more contentious, we're going to need to be able to navigate that with these rules. And I think that we have had such reasonable discussion, even through all these hard times, and good leadership over the past couple of years, that we've been able to sort of get by. But I would like to be a little sharper. So I'm working on it.
Okay.
And I will be attending the WASDA conference next year for sure in person.
And that will be in Spokane, right? Yeah. Next year?
Yeah.
Well, I virtually attended, and the first day, I'm like Sarah, I was just absolutely gobsmacked when it was all over. I thought, okay. So anyway, I looked at the whole day, listened to, I was particularly interested in what our superintendent of education had to say, Mr. Rogers. And the second day, I did mostly equity things, but the very last one that I attended, and I didn't attend the very last session, which was 4:30 to whatever, but the one before that was my last one. And I really enjoyed it, and it was about balanced calendars and how school districts in Washington have used the balanced calendar idea. And there were 2 school districts that shared that day. I can't remember who they were, but I can look that up. But one of them had chosen, their board had passed a balanced calendar for all based on needs of children and what they saw as needs of children and so forth. The other one, which the one I found very interesting, had passed a balanced calendar, change calendar for the staff. Had nothing to do with the children. It was strictly because of staff needs that they changed the whole school calendar. So I found that to be just incredibly interesting. So if you would like to know about that, you can go online and look at it, that presentation. Because I want to look at it again. It fascinates me because, you know, that's something I'm very interested in. So anyway, I didn't mind not being there. I've been there every other year, and so I don't know. I'll try to go next year too. All right. Marty, would you want to address this now, or do you want to wait till your report?
I'll do it within my report.
Okay. All right. So now, here comes a really hard job. We are going to look at committee assignments now.
Oh my gosh, my brain is going to explode.
Your brain's going to explode? Well, do we need to?
No, we need to do this.
Okay. Mary and I had a meeting yesterday. We went over each of the committees, and I gave her a very brief piece of information about each one of them. Maybe too brief, Mary, but the way we have done this in the past is, I think the president does 2. Is that right? Or 3? Does it matter?
Fewer than the rest.
Okay. Well, there are 14 of them. And so, did I count right? I think it's 14.
Yes.
So there are, that means that if I take 2, there'll be 12 left. So that would leave 3 for each of you.
Yeah, because the CARES team is a new thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
The CARES team, there's one for K through 8, and there's one through, for 9 through 12. And I think that's the only new one except for PA, CAC, and those have been voted on already, and I don't think there's anything else new. So, CARES team. Michelle, do you have to do with that?
Yeah.
Could you help us with that
Sure.
before we make any decisions?
So, in previous years, when we're looking at truancy, we've had the truancy board, as it was called. And with the pandemic and looking at best practices, they redesigned it to be a community engagement board. And so we started with that last year, that new format, and we really wanted to get rid of the word board. So we call it our CARES team, and basically what happens is we're trying to do as much preventative as we can before having to refer someone to court. Court, as you know, no magic bullet, and most of the time doesn't affect very well. So the CARES team, at each of the buildings, they meet with the district navigators once a week. And at their building teams with the navigators, they're talking about students who they're concerned about with attendance. So at that building meeting is where they'll start those first interventions with the navigators, and they'll have a plan. They'll work on that for, some here work on it for 2 or 3 months, trying everything. And if there's not improvement seen, then that's where we bring the family to the CARES team, which is our district one, and we find out from them still what supports they feel that they need, and then Kelsey, Lane, and then Christy, our new secretary downstairs, they invite people from the community that have expertise in connecting people to those resources. And so at the high school, they do it at various times to bring in parents. Janet Parker schedules that. And for elementary, they do it on Tuesday afternoons here at Lincoln. So
what would be the job of a board director to serve on this committee? I mean, would they have to meet every week?
you know, I think you're welcome to attend, you know, at any time and be part of that problem-solving group. We've really worked to try to streamline it, so we're just bringing together the community resources that they need. So you'd be part of that problem-solving team. But we have a protocol, and that's all in place, you know, no matter who's running the team for that day.
But it's basically to look at fluency.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the main function.
Yeah.
To prevent fluency before it gets.
Yeah, and it's after we've already put in a ton of intervention around attendance at the school level, and then with our district navigators. So it's really that next level of the community support. So we'll bring in people from mental health, from housing, Serenity, any of those places.
Okay.
So I don't, yeah, I mean, you're welcome to be there for any and all of those, but that's what you'll see when you're there, is community connection.
Okay. Thank you. All right, well, let's just begin at the beginning. Elementary committee, again, that's Michelle. I used to be on that committee, and it really basically looks at anything that has to do with elementary curriculum, testing, problems. It's made up of teachers and administrators. So if there's anybody interested in that one?
Anyone?
I'll take that one.
Okay. Are you gonna keep up with this?
Yeah, but we also need an alternative.
I'll be the alternative.
Alternate, or whatever.
The
Alternate, yeah, no, I might be the alternative. I don't know, it's late, my language is leaving me.
Okay, so that would be Sarah's the alternate and Mary as the committee person.
How many times do they meet, or what is this?
I was on it this year and it hasn't met, has it?
Once this is, oh, sorry.
No, go.
Once we decide on this, then I send it to the directors that are in charge of each committee, and then they will reach out and contact you and let you know when they're meeting.
There haven't been many meetings this past year.
No, this year, these have been more fill in the blanks, but anyway.
2022 could be more normal.
22 could be normal.
Got it.
Had to say it out loud.
There you go. Okay, is anybody interested in this for the elementary, K through 8?
Kirsten?
Kirsten, K through 8?
I'll take a whack, let's see what it's like.
Okay.
It'll be me kind of muddling through, Michelle, you'll have to show me where I can be of best help.
And I'll be her alternate. Okay. And then the secondary committee is just like the elementary committee. They look at the curriculum and activities and all secondary business.
I was on that and I've never attended a meeting, so I don't know what to say about it, so, yeah.
Well, you have a child going, no, he's middle?
Yeah, he's middle, he's secondary. I'll stay on the secondary committee.
Okay.
Maybe we'll meet this time.
I'll be your alternate.
Okay. Jake's gonna be alternate. And Katie's gonna be committee member. And then we have the CARES team for 9 through 12. I don't know.
We'll have I'll take a whack at that one too, might as
Might
well.
as well do all the cares.
Maybe it'll work with my, my child advocate work.
You know,
Maybe I can make it all
yeah.
as a part and parcel.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Who would be the alternate?
I'll be the alternate. Sarah, you just let me know.
I will.
Okay. CTE committee, that is a board, isn't it? Is Lisa here? No. Isn't that a board? They have a board that meets CTE?
They have a board, but this individual is not on the board.
It's just a committee. I've been serving on it. I'll do it again.
Oh, okay. Katie said she would do it. Have an alternate.
I'll be an alternate for CTE.
Okay, thank you. Audit committee's already taken care of. That would be,
So we're already on that?
yeah,
Okay,
they're already
cool.
on that. Jake and Sandy are on that.
Okay.
Jake and who?
Me. Ed Foundation, I'd like to keep if it's all right with you all.
I'll alternate for that.
Okay, that would be Sandy and
That's
Sarah.
an alternate.
Education technology, Jared's here. What do y'all do?
We're about 90 minutes every other month.
90 minutes?
Got a website in case you missed the meeting. We record some of them, so if you want to follow that with you.
I'll do
Lots
it.
of fun, exciting stuff.
I'll do it except for, they meet during the day and I can't always make the meetings. And so I tend to read the minutes. Sometimes
Okay.
I watch the video and email with Jared a little bit to catch up.
Okay,
So if that's okay with everybody.
thank you.
That's okay.
Alternate?
You're pretty thorough.
Alternate? Do we need an alternate?
I'll be an alternate there, just in case Katie gets really hemmed in with work.
Okay. Instructional materials committee, you are on that.
I would like to keep that.
You want to keep that? Okay, Sarah is gonna be the representative and,
Real quick, before we move on, Katie, I just wanted to point out if there's something really important that the board needs to be at a meeting that you just can't make it, I have a pretty flexible schedule with real estate, so you can just.
Okay. I'm gonna hit you up.
Okay.
Yeah.
HMU there.
I'll have you on speed dial.
okay, so, instructional materials is Sarah, and we need a backup on that one.
I'll do that.
Okay, and Kate. Policy review committee, this to me is the big one.
Meet once a month, 90 minutes. Usually starts at 3:30, runs from 3:30 to 5. I think it's the first Thursday of the month, the first
Wednesday.
Wednesday of the month. Anybody want policy committee?
Mary, could you do that?
She's all like this.
She's like, right
Don't
through
feel
my
overwhelmed,
strategy.
don't feel overwhelmed, don't feel overwhelmed. The only reason I'm suggesting that is because that's the heart of the matter. It really gets you right into what we do.
Sure, Sandy.
And, are we still friends?
Wait, is that an example of voluntold?
Yeah,
No
exactly.
idea.
Well, I tell you what, I'll back you up on that.
All right, there you go.
I'll
That'll
back
make
you
it,
up.
that'll make it
You
fine.
better call on her.
Yeah, please do.
That'll make it fine. I just,
And you know, I've never served on that committee. So that's
You
not,
like policies.
I have served on that committee.
well,
Not want to go back.
okay, wellness committee.
I have so much work I want to do on that committee, and I would love to go to a meeting.
Of the
Go.
wellness, of the
I would love
wellness
if we could
committee?
do it. Please, yeah.
Well, okay, so Jake wants to
We
do
have
that?
we've met so infrequently over the past year and a half, just the way things have
As
worked out.
everyone has. We're gonna redouble our efforts and get better.
Yes.
So your wellness committee
Jacob is.
So we need to back up on that?
and safe schools?
I would love to be safe schools as well.
Wait, who's the backup on wellness?
We don't have a backup for wellness, so,
I'll back up wellness.
okay, Sarah's gonna do that. And Safe Schools, Jake likes to do
Yes,
that.
please. We also
Karen is
have,
so nice to work with.
yeah, we've met, like I said, so infrequently. I think maybe once or twice since I came on the board, so
Yeah.
I'd really like to actually get into these.
Okay. And,
I can back him up on Safe Schools too.
okay, thank you. And that's Sarah, Joe. And then District Equity Team, this is another biggie, I
I
think.
like this one.
You want to do this
I
one?
do.
Hot dog.
Okay, thank you, Mary.
And PACAC is already.
Who's the backup for equity?
Backup for equity?
I'll take it.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, yes, PACAC is already done, and that's Sarah and me, and it's kind of like a 4-year commitment, or 5-year commitment, or that's what we
It'll
have.
be a 5-year.
The committee, well, I'm gonna be gone in 2 years, so, anyway,
So
but.
do we get a print of this?
Of course, yeah.
So we know, thank you.
We'll approve it at the next board meeting.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Okay, that sounds pretty good.
hot dog.
Now, well, it's another page.
We're on board of directors' comments.
Board of Directors
Let's get these
comments,
little
but we're
kiddos
going
done
with
so
the
they can
students
get
first.
home.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sonny, why don't you go first? And welcome.
Hello, everyone. It's
Hello.
good to see you all again. First, we have completed all of our fall SBAC testing, and juniors and seniors who want to also took the ASVAB test. And on Monday this week, we started our second term. We got schedule changes and 2 new students this week, and we're expecting more next week. We started 2 new classes, a drama class with Mr. Jones, and Lincoln High School's first art class with Mr. Carlson. Thank you so much for providing us with the opportunity to have an art class. Many students at Lincoln are very artistically talented, and it is a very high interest class. On Tuesday, I did the DOH virtual town hall meeting, which was good to hear how other high school students are having the same struggles as us, and how everyone understands what we've been through and are still going through. On Wednesday in advisory, I did the CEE student survey, but on other days in advisory, we were doing the Character Strong curriculum, which I personally like. The curriculum because it brings up important topics that should be talked about more in school, like mental health. And since Lincoln is a small school, we are like a little community where everyone knows each other, so it's easy to share your thoughts. We also use the curriculum as kind of a starter to the conversation that brings up deeper things that still relates to what's on the slide. And every other Thursday, students have the choice to attend a Native American culture class here at Lincoln Center with teacher Jonathan Arcala from the Lower Ella Clallam tribe. I went earlier today and we were learning how to introduce ourselves in Clallam and learning about the Clallam alphabet. Ms. Crum is working on getting more classes like this that meet once a week that provide more electives for students. Every Thursday at Lincoln, the mobile health clinic comes, which students have been utilizing for getting help with mental health, to see a doctor, to get connected with a counselor, doctor, or dentist, or to help you sign up for health insurance. And I've heard that they give out rubber ducks after your appointments. And next week at Lincoln, we're doing holiday-themed culinary activities, like sugar cookie frosting, gingerbread house, and peanut butter balls.
And when is that?
That's what
I know.
we-
Yeah.
Next week. And the board is invited.
What day?
I'm not sure yet,
Okay.
but I'm sure they will let you know.
Okay,
I'll be there.
I'm up for that. Peanut butter ball?
That's all.
Well, thank you, what a great report, thank you very much. All right, what's going on at PAHS?
Alright, so I want to share some good news with all of you first. So obviously our winter sports have started up again, so cheer, wrestling, boys and girls basketball, and boys swimming. I know boys swimming especially is really excited because they actually get to travel this year rather than just having most of their meets at home. ROTC, we had our first competition over at Snohomish, so that was really fun. I got to go to that and compete quite a few teams. The drill team and precision air rifle team both placed first. We placed second in color guard and third in academics. We overall did the best of all other schools, even though we're quite small compared to a lot of them. FBLA, we had our first conference, which is our fall conference. It's just sort of an introductory conference to get people involved. And that sort of thing is happening a lot throughout the other clubs, just a lot of introductory stuff, getting people, back in the flow of actually being involved in clubs. DECA did their Teacher Appreciation Week, which is really appreciated. Rotary Interact Club is currently doing a winter clothes drive. Rider News, I wanted to highlight them. They haven't done anything specific, but this year especially, they've been doing a really, really good job highlighting all the different activities and clubs and stuff happening at the high school. So if you guys ever want to sort of see more stuff of what's happening at the high school, I'd really encourage you guys to watch that. It also just has some fun things. Coming up this next Wednesday, we have our joint holiday music concert, which is really super exciting. It's going to be like the biggest thing we've done for a really long time. So, all of choir and band and orchestra will all be there, so that's shaping up to be really fun. We are also having dress-up days this upcoming week. So that's all the good stuff. I wanted to touch on Character Strong. So at last month's board meeting, I brought up the subject of Character Strong program and the general dislike of it at the high school. Since then, I can tell you that the feeling has not changed. Students still dislike it, and it is still an ineffective solution to the social and emotional needs of students. Looking past students' feelings, I've done some research into social and emotional learning. I won't waste your time by going detail by detail, but I will say that my conclusion based on research, student input, and my own opinion is this. Social and emotional learning is something that must be integrated into a regular school day. It does not simply work to put in an advisory. For many students going through the school day, this means doing math, English, and other subjects, and then suddenly flipping a switch and focusing on each other during advisory and Character Strong. This is ineffective and only teaches students how to fake their way through situations rather than living it in everyday school. Yet another problem with Character Strong, and one that is strongly backed up by researchers and practitioners, is that typical social emotional learning programs feel patronizing and, to use the words of my classmates, are dumb, boring, and a waste of time. Social emotional programs typically work well for younger students, but for older students, it is more complex than just telling them to be nice. In order to create an environment for social emotional learning at the high school level, students respond well to opportunities and learning through doing. I would highlight the fact that this is achieved by creating a good school environment in which students want to participate. Again, to highlight the main point of this, Character Strong is an ineffective program disliked by the student body and is quite frankly a waste of time. I would encourage the board to consider alternate avenues to improve social and emotional learning at high school. So that's what I wrote down. Here's a little bit more. At the high school, we have a 30-minute lunch period. By the time you get out of class and you go grab your lunch, you wait in line for 10 minutes, maybe if you're a little late getting out of class because lines get pretty long. You eat your lunch. You don't really have time to do anything else. You might have time to run and talk to a teacher really quick. So I think a really important part of social emotional learning is having students that are involved. I think we see that students that are involved in clubs and activities and sports tend to do better in that field because they build those connections. So something to look at, I think, is providing a longer lunch period so that students are able to really attend those club meetings and talk to different people and really get that chance to connect through the school. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Interesting. Okay.
Luke, I heard you last time, and I meant to reach out to you, so I'm sorry. I'll follow up with that. If the board finds it appropriate, if Marty thinks it's appropriate, I'd like to attend one of these advisories during Character Strong and just observe, see what it's about. I'm listening. As to my report, I said it all when we were talking about WASDA, so let's move on to Mary.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I think I said it all with WASDA too.
Well, we want to welcome you again, Mary. We're just so excited to have you here with us, and you're going to be such a great addition to our board. Thank you for running. It's a hard thing to do.
It is a hard thing.
We've all been there and done that, and it's hard.
Thank you.
Katie?
Well, I'm open to discussion on Character Strong. I go both ways on it. I hear negative things about it, and yet at the WASDA conference, I only heard praise from school districts that have had it more than 2 years. So I'm kind of open at this point to a discussion and some, maybe even we need to visit someplace else that's had it longer. So I don't know. That was just my follow-up, and yes, I want to keep talking about it. I had 3 things that I attended that I need you all to know about, so I'll be quick. And one is that at the WASDA conference, I was elected to a 2-year term as being the district rep for the Interscholastic Activity Committee.
Thank you for doing, yeah, that's cool.
So that's the District 4, and that's that, you know, because my heart is in getting kids engaged, and so, so this is a great way for me to channel that energy, and so I will be reporting back to you. I will represent you and reporting back to you, and in my first meeting on Monday, we talked about esports being a new activity, and that there were 38 schools that participated in esports as an activity this year, and competitions where small schools are competing against large schools in the finals, and they're using, I think, is this a game called Rocket League? I don't know. Oh, that's okay. I don't play games, video games, so, but kids love them, so, and it has some, now they're looking into getting some CTE support programs to build around it. So the only other, there are 7 addendums that are coming to the interscholastic, I don't even know what it is, what that document is, but they have 7 amendments coming along, including adding chess and making sports, some sports have more games, things like that. The tech committee I've not attended, but I have been in contact with Jared, and the 3 things, the key successes for the tech committee for the students and families is that they have started implementing a program called Remind, which is for texting. So this is huge because we have email and robocalling and text. We didn't have a program that would text our families and students, so that seems good. And another success was that through the ESSER funds, they've purchased 100 projectors and 45 document cameras, and from what I've heard from the teachers in the meetings is that some of the projectors are so dull that they have to shut the shades and turn the lights off to even see the screen. So this is a high need, and this is success for our kids. And then they're really working hard on a process for reconditioning the Chromebooks that we purchased. So that was a good success to hear about. The only other, the other committee that I attended was the CTE committee. That was last week. And the best thing about that meeting was that we approved it was like a matrix where it's super cool for students to be able to kind of look through pathways. It basically gave you a programs of studies matrix where it told you which classes were in which programs, which would give you pathways to graduation. And so that's really cool. I look forward to you all being able to see it as well. So I didn't bring it, but I'm sure you'll all see it. I'm sure we'll all see it at some point.
It's always best to citizen.
That is it. So thanks.
Okay, good. So yeah, I have not. I'm looking very forward to reading at Dry Creek next week. I have books I want to read, but I reread the books you read as a child that were really so good as a child, and now I reread them and I think, oh my gosh, I wouldn't read these to children. But they were read to me when I was a child. The one I'm thinking is the Best Christmas Pageant Ever. Have you read that? Come on. Timothy Herman is my hero. But I can't read that in school because it's got a lot of religion. Anyway, so that's been, I'm excited about that. From what I'm seeing or hearing from our bargaining units is, as they're coming up here, it feels to me like maybe what they're asking, Marty, maybe we can look into this, is maybe it's time we start doing, maybe they would like us to start doing some of our bargaining in public, if they feel they're not being heard. So maybe that's something you can go to the units and say, maybe it's time that we start bargaining in public, and so everybody is hearing everything. Instead of just coming here and talking to us and then we can't respond, maybe maybe it's time for that. Instead of just only having this one-way communication coming at us. Maybe it's something we all are gonna sit down and open and talk about. So
That'd be interesting.
I don't know, maybe that's something we can take back to our units. And that's all I have.
Okay. What have I done? I feel like all I do is, and now I'm stuck. Sarah and I have been planning, agenda planning. We didn't have a meeting last month because of WASDA, so I don't know what I've been doing. Reading a lot, I'll tell you that. CSIPs take a while. But thanks to Michelle,
Yeah, they were a lot
it
easier.
certainly isn't as painful as it used to be.
Nice format.
Format is good, easy to understand. Thank you, Michelle. Okay, Marty?
So in response to your question, Director Metner, I think I can do some research, but the board can establish policy for open bargains, and I can do some research and report back to the board on that. I don't have that today. Some exciting things happening in the school system. So Luke referenced December 15th, the holiday concert. I think everybody needs to, I don't know how we're going to accommodate that. I mean, if there's all three, you know, you got band, orchestra, and choir, there's going to be quite a
How
crowd.
long does that last?
We're going to have capacity,
Usually
limitations.
lasts
So.
It's usually completely
So I
packed,
can see
standing
this
room
year
only.
that we're really trying to keep it to like an hour. In the past, each group has done like 3 songs, so you've got like symphonic orchestra, concert orchestra, chamber orchestra, and all play multiple songs. So this year we're really trying to keep it to each group gets one piece, so it should be a little bit shorter.
But is it, are we gonna have
Where is
capacity
it?
issues?
So they'll have capacity, and
Because it's been standing room only in the past.
yeah, it won't be that way. No. And we've got protocols.
Oh my.
So every other row, sitting and family
Oh,
class,
my.
similar to what we do for an interscholastic basketball game or football game.
Where is it?
Auditorium. So
Which
it'll
is-
be quite a show. The December 15th read aloud, if you haven't signed up at Dry Creek, Sarah and sounds like Sandy are signed up. It's an opportunity to read, be a good opportunity.
Oh, okay. They haven't connected me to a time yet.
On that same date, December 15th at 2 o'clock, the ESD is hosting, ESD 114 is hosting its legislative meeting. It's a Zoom, it's at 2 o'clock. Jenny sent you an invite. If you want to attend, it would be, I think, a good use of time. And PACAC update, the team is making really good progress. You'll have notes. I don't know if it'd be on tomorrow's Friday notes or next week's Friday notes.
Next week.
Yeah, Jenny, will have them next week, but we made really good progress. The plan is, I believe, the first board meeting in February, which is February 10th, if I remember right. I'm trying to get there real quick. Yeah, February 10th. We will bring the final drawings to the board for approval to put it in its final shape to take it to bid in March/April. So things are becoming very real, very quickly, and so the team's been working hard. Honored all of the feedback that this team, that the board gave to the team and Derek a 6 weeks ago. So I think you'll be really happy with the final product, and it's pretty exciting. Then early this next calendar year, January, we will bring a RFQ to the board to approve the hiring or approve the language, to then take it out and hire the architectural firm that will actually design our middle school. So that's the real big task this next calendar year, 2022, is start a 12 to 18 month process of the design of Stevens Middle School. And it will take that long. When you're building public buildings, it's not a simple, quick process, which really worked for us on the capital projects levy side because we're still collecting funds. And so when we hire the new architectural firm, then that'll be a critical point in time with regards to how do we actually take this project to bid. Do we wait until we've collected all the funds and take it as one package, or do we piece it together? And so some big answers coming in the next 12 to 18 months around the Stevens Middle School project. So that'll be exciting. And finally, Michelle and I have been going out and visiting schools and, experiencing what's, put it back on our schedule, spending a couple hours in each school, do that about every 4 weeks, and just to get a feeling what's happening in our schools. And it's, I'm happy to report, folks are working incredibly hard. But I'm happy to report that, when we went to the middle school last week, spent a couple hours there, minus mask, it was a middle school. And that felt good. If you went to the middle school last year, when we came back after the year out of school, it was very quiet, and the middle school feels like a middle school. We were at Lincoln High today, watching the good work there. Again, it felt like Lincoln High School. So I think, I have a lot of hope for 2022 that something will turn for us and we can move beyond, this pandemic response that we've been working with for some time. So, so I want to make sure that I thank, all of the staff that are working so incredibly hard for you to carry out the work in our schools and on our buses and on our playgrounds and at interscholastic activities. We got people working at all levels of organization doing really good work for us, and that's very much appreciated. So with that being said, I'm not making it a mandate. People are tired.
Yeah.
I'm tired. You're tired. We're all tired. So I'm not mandating it, but this building will be closed for 2 weeks. This building will not be open for the public during Christmas vacation. Doesn't mean I'm going to make everybody stay home. Because folks have discretionary days if they want to use them. But I'm really encouraging, everybody, in my circle and my influence, you need to take the time. Because if we're going to have a successful 2022, folks need to step away and check out for a little bit of time to regenerate the battery, to get ready for, what's to come in January. So I'm really encouraging all of our staff to take that time and check out.
Thank you.
The Department of Health presentation that you went to, Sunny, for students, I've attended twice now. In fact, I shared it with our Kiwanis team today, and I'll share it with the board. I have a link. It's really well done, and it really outlines why are we feeling the way we're feeling now, and what you can do about it. There are some things we can do about it, and one of those things for staff is you gotta have healthy boundaries, around this is work time, and then it's time to, when I go home, I try not to check email. There's times when you have to, but there's times when, so we really have to work hard at work-life balance, understand the challenge and the fatigue that's out in our schools and in our community, actively listen, without the, and that's the message that I'm sure Sunny heard is, it's not about solving problems for us right now, because, there's lots of problems. People's mindset right now is in very different spots. So it's not necessarily about solving problems, but it's about actively listening and empathizing. one of the character strong, traits, is being a good listener and empathizing with that person and understanding their challenge without the intent of correcting it. Because that doesn't really help. What helps is, I hear you. So, with that,
Okay.
I will leave it to the board, and I'm really happy for the board, the new team. Mary, thank you for joining our team, and we're really happy to have you aboard, and I really look forward to the work that this team can accomplish in the next 4 years. So, back to you.
Okay, it's time now to talk about our first January meeting.
Yeah, that's me.
That's
And I'm
you.
not ready.
Oh, okay, well, shall we?
I got it. I got
Oh,
it.
okay.
So our next meeting.
Shall we not have a meeting?
Yes.
Our next meeting is January 13th, and we will have an executive session at 6 p.m. We'll have regular meeting at 7. Regular meeting will be right here in the Lincoln Center boardroom, room 208. On that agenda, we will cover the Roosevelt Elementary School report, which includes student of the month, enrollment report, November and December financial reports, board committee assignments approval, PAEF report, and school board recognition month, which is January of 2022.
Okay. Is anything else for the good of the order? This meeting is adjourned. Mary, it doesn't always happen like this.
No, this does.